Right.
Good evening.
Let's go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the local planning agency to order. Mayor Davey. Here. Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Councilmember London. Vice Mayor McCormick.
Here.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Petros.
Here.
Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
We do have a quorum, Mayor. If you may please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item, Mayor, is the approval of the minutes for the February 5th, 2019 local planning agency meeting.
I move it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Well, any discussion? Are we
I
good?
apologize.
That's okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Is everybody good? Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Motion to adjourn? Second. Okay. We're adjourned.
Meeting is adjourned. The mayor has called the regular council meeting to order. Mayor Davey,
Still here.
Or I'll hold it.
Councilmember Laredo,
Quietly, yeah.
Councilmember London, Vice Mayor McCormick,
Here.
Councilmember Moss,
Here.
Councilmember Petros,
Here.
and Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
Please rise again. I'm sorry for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm saying the pledge. Ready, Ed? Kick us off.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item, Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Passed away.
Anybody want to speak?
I just learned that Levin,
I think,
your friend and I from
no, I wanted to, well,
passed away.
I did want to talk, just,
Last night.
you know what, I'll pass. It's under my Ultra update. We'll talk about it then. Anybody want to say anything? Any comments before we move on? Vice Mayor?
Just want to recognize the safest city.
Great point. We are the
And I saw it's amazing, and congratulations to Chief Press and the police department for Key Biscayne being rated safest city in Florida. Oh, here he comes. And I saw a resident put in the comments on Facebook something that I think is a challenge to all of us. Our next rating, let's become the friendliest.
Fair enough.
Next item, Mayor, is approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Anybody have anything?
I did just a thought for you.
Please.
And I think the big thing today is undergrounding and the report on Ultra.
Correct.
Perhaps a lot of the other stuff I think we could probably can do in half hour or so, and maybe that way we'll have uninterrupted time, or no?
I'd rather follow, I'd like to get the master plan. We're going to have a lot of public
Okay.
comments, and I'd like to have, let's move that along. I'm assuming most people are here for that, so let's.
Agenda,
Agenda.
stand-up
additions?
paddleboarding.
Stand-up paddleboarding, okay. We're going to do that. Clerk,
That will be item 10A4.
okay.
10A4.
And could you entertain moving the Councilman Segurola's item on undergrounding
That was
council to the front?
That
Yeah.
was going to be my request
Okay.
to bump that with the
Yeah,
after the
I think
presentation.
that's just a natural
Okay.
flow sort of thing, but yeah, we can certainly take that off that list.
Sorry, that was 1A3.
1A3 is going to be moved to essentially be part of,
10A3.
the 10A3 will move to 6A, 6A 1.5. Anybody else?
I'd like to add two things.
Okay.
I'd like to add a discussion on our kiteboarding registration. It's coming up for renewal, and I just want to go through that.
Right.
And then the other thing is throwing out an idea, discussing a pension workshop.
Okay.
That will be 10A5 and 10A6.
Anybody else?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'm sorry, I have one item as well. So the village noticed a zoning public hearing for the property located at 220 Island Drive. The item did not make this agenda, and we will renotice for the April 9th meeting, date certain.
Thank you.
That's a quasi judicial.
No, it'll just be on our agenda.
Yeah, no, that would be a quasi judicial hearing. Yes.
Okay.
As part of, okay,
It's a quasi judicial hearing, that zoning application.
as part of a council meeting, it's not an
Yeah,
LPA?
no LPA.
Okay,
It will be part of a council meeting, yes.
Next item, Mayor, is public comment.
Okay. If you wish to speak, I'd ask that you fill out the form. I've got a few speakers signed up, but I don't see anybody else. So if you've got a form, bring it on up. And, oh, there we go. We're getting more all the time. Michelle Estevez.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Michelle Estevez, 798 Brandon Boulevard. As the hopefully this evening former chair of the Underground Committee, I think that we have completed our task, and this evening Kimberly Horn will do the presentation to you for the master plan. I think that the Underground Task Force did an excellent job. I think that we all agree on that. If some of the residents did not like our conclusion and recommendation for the method, is something else. But the work that we did was incredible. I can testify to that. And I think the outcome has been even greater. Because for sure, with our method and recommendation, has been a wake-up call for the whole community. I think that is the way that I have seen and I have telling residents. Great. You didn't like our final conclusion? Great, because this has opened the doors for this. This also will not open the door for this discussion, but also for you. I think that there are a lot of minutiae that, with all respect, you're spending so much time on your dais and not looking the big picture. I urge you to look at the big picture, bring your wish list, and concentrate. I know that some of you have your priorities. I have some discussion with Councilmember Moss, and the bridge. We're having Bearcat. That should be your priority. I think that the underground become almost secondary. What we will do without that bridge. So I urge you, please, look at the wish list. I think it's incredible. I think that there is nailed for you to make your decisions and to set up your goals and objectives and concentrate and take your time. Delegate to the staff all the minutiae that I think you spend so much time that not looking the big picture. The decision is on you. We did our homework. That's why you have to accept the master plan or reject the master plan to go with the underground or not moving with the underground. You can start the project. You can make the decision to pay later. And that will bring a big discussion for everybody. Again, don't forget that we are all here for you and supporting you. We are here to help. We are here to assist. And look at the big picture. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Mr. Mayor, may I just make a comment? Maybe not out of order, but lest anybody, I don't know if they're here. I think in all my private and public sector, I've seen a committee, particularly of volunteers, which includes us, which is much thorough and professional work as this utility undergrounding commission has done, or board. And let the record reflect that that they are, certainly from my point of view, and I'm sure all of you appreciate the hard work, long hours. Former chairman Moss, current chairman Segurola has done a great job in leading them. And those of you who are here, thank you. It's now, you pass the hot potato to us, and that's what we got elected to do, to take possession of it and make the best judgment with the facts you presented. So thank you.
Agreed. Agreed. Frank Wyman?
Weimer.
Weiner, sorry.
Yes.
Got my handwriting.
Is the microphone working?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. My name is Frank Weimer. I live at 1111 Crandon Boulevard in the Towers of Key Biscayne, and I want to comment on the method of charging for the underground utilities, because I've been following it in the newspapers, and there's a couple different opinions as to how that should work. My family has owned a cottage, I'll get to the point, in Ohio for 100 years. We had a septic tank and well water. Other people in town had city water and city sewers. Eventually, the sewers came for us. They charged it. I had no objection to paying taxes for those 100 years. The water and sewers came to us. We paid a connection fee to offset the capital costs. We were connected, and that was fine. We didn't ask anyone else to pay for our sewers. So now I'm here at Key Biscayne. I live in a condo. Our utilities are undergrounded. I paid more for that condo because we have underground utilities, I'm sure. And over the course of time, our property value was a little higher, that we had less interruptions of power with underground electric. And so we've paid slightly higher taxes over that time. No objection, that's fine. Now that we're going to be putting in underground utilities for everybody, I think that's great. But I think that the allocation of the cost should be roughly based on what the benefit is for each person. I didn't ask other people to pay for me, and I don't think that we should be paying for and subsidizing other people that get the benefits. So in conclusion, I think we should pay according to our benefit. Thank you.
Stephanie Summers. Stephanie Summers. There you go.
I am Stephanie Summers. I live in 241 Norwood Drive, right across from 220 Island Drive. Therefore, the house on 220 Island Drive is asking to divide their lot in two. They have 160 feet on the water, so I have also 160 feet on the water, and even it will be beneficiary for me that they divide the lot in two, I am against it because Cape Florida is really a nice development. Most of the houses have a garden, which is kind of rare on Key Biscayne, and if they divide their lot in two and build two houses, it's going to be two houses fulfilling the whole lot, and I think it's going to be very detrimental to the community of Cape Florida. It's going to lower the prices of the house, and it's going to lower the standing of the houses. So I am against dividing that lot in two.
Okay, thank you. Gloria Sotolongo.
Hello, my name is Gloria Sotolongo. We're the owner of 881 Ocean Drive, apartment 10F, Casa del Mar. And I'm here, basically, I want to endorse everything Mr. Weimer said. We also have a second home in Alamorada in the Florida Keys, and we had to, the same thing, we had to hook up to the sewer system. We used to have a septic tank, and each property paid whatever the cost was for hooking up to the property, to the sewer line. Nobody paid for anybody else. People who didn't require the service didn't have to pay. So we are all for the special assessment method, and I would love for you to consider that. That would be the equitable thing to do. Thank you.
Angela Pedraza.
Good evening to all. I'm Angela Pedraza. I live in Casa del Mar. I'm a property owner at apartment 11G. And like some of the other people have expressed, I'm coming with the desire to express my support for the undergrounding, but with the concern as to how are we going to pay for that. At Casa del Mar, we already have the undergrounded utilities. We already paid for that when we bought the property. And we pay a great deal in taxes. So I would appreciate if you consider doing the first of all, where we don't get penalized in being charged an excessive amount when we already paid for this. And therefore, I support the assessment over the other option of taxes.
Okay. Thank you. Hugo Martinez.
Good evening to all. My name is Hugo Martinez. I also live in Casa del Mar. And as most of the people who already have underground utilities, I believe that we already paid for that. I think there's a distinction to be made as we have underground from Crandon Boulevard all the way to the condo, but I understand from Calusa to that corner of Seaview Drive, that needs to be done. And I think that is fair that we all share in that, but we shouldn't share in anything that is not benefiting us, as we've already paid for that. I think the fair thing to do is the special assessment, and I understand the work done is actually phenomenal in terms of trying to be fair and considering every route of the power lines and every house or condo property one by one. And I commend you guys for having done that work, and I hope you evaluate and consider following the special assessment as a method to pay for this necessary work. Thank you.
Thank you. Harim Badash.
Chaim Badash, Commodore Club.
State the address and
177 Ocean Lane Drive, 506, Key Biscayne, Florida. Mr. Laredo stated in the last meeting, February 19th, that the $46 million underground project is a good investment. I couldn't find any relevant information to substantiate this assertion. So I want to ask, what is the internal rate of return on which Mr. Laredo based his determination? I even go even simpler than that, and I just ask for the simple rate of return of this investment, if there is any. Someone bought an apartment in the Commodore for $2 million. He paid $2 million. He has to pay $40,000 a year in taxes. These citizens will get zero benefit out of this project. Yet, he has to contribute his share for this project if the millage methodology goes through. Another citizen bought a house in the 70s, and he lives in it, and he pays about $6,000 to $10,000 in taxes. He will benefit or enjoy $45,000 on average from this investment. He will get a positive return of anywhere between 400 and 800% positive gain. The other guy in the Commodore will get 100% negative return, which means he's going to lose all his money. So I want to ask Mr. Laredo, when you recommended this good investment, did you have the 800% positive gain in your mind, or did you have the minus 100% loss in your mind?
No, Councilmember, this is public comments.
I will give you a chance to answer. Some people will argue, well, maybe $600 is not enough per year, or maybe $1,000 a year is not enough. It's not a matter of how much. It doesn't matter if it's $60 a month or 60 cents a month. You just don't take money from people without asking their permission. You just don't do that. It's wrong. Lastly, I want to address the conflict of interest. I have nothing against anybody here. I don't even know most of you. Rental rents have nothing to do with tax rates. They mostly have to do with disposable income, supply of inventory of housing, labor market, inflation, business moving in and out of the area, and other economic factors. Tax, from my experience, I can tell you, I don't have the time, but there is really no correlation between tax rate and rent. So, frankly, I think that it's the right thing to do to recuse yourself. It's an honorable thing to do. It shows strength, and it shows good character. And I hope that some of you will consider.
Thank you. George Mendia. Councilmember, Vice Mayor George Mendia.
Good evening, Council. George Mendia, 111 Island Drive. I didn't come with the intention of speaking, but after listening to Michelle, I thought I appreciated what she said so much that I thought I'd come up and speak as well, and kind of give you a similar message. First, I think the committee did a great job. We're all appreciative of their work. I know how hard they worked on it. The conclusion, that's a different story. I think she talked about, the big picture. I think this is the time. I think the conversation starts now about a real vision. What are the things we really need to do? As much as we're worried about underground utilities, if that bridge comes down, we got a bigger problem. There's a lot of things that need to be done, that can be done at the same time, that need to start to be addressed now, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now. And obviously, the causeway is the number one problem we have. It's going to continue to be that. Traffic is going to continue to be an issue. And I think we need to start bundling some of these ideas and go after them together. So we need that vision. This is the time, take advantage of this discussion to kind of get beyond it. And I think we can do more. I think this will help us. So good luck. And it is your decision now.
Yeah.
All right. Andres Arroyo? Velo. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Andres. Apologies.
Hi, Council, and my name is Andres Abello. I live in 338 West McIntyre Street, and I'm here to put a support of a project and something that we'd like to offer to make paddleboard really accessible to everybody here on the island. Currently, it's a very difficult thing to do, especially if you don't have your own board. It's a very expensive hobby to get into, and this is something that we can put out and make it low cost and accessible to everybody to really enjoy our beaches and have a healthy activity to be able to do on the beach. Basically, just I think I've spoken to a lot of you before about what paddle is, and it's essentially what Lime Bike was here on the Key, but for paddleboards. It's a quick rental. We've taken extreme measures towards safety to make sure that it's a very viable solution. All safety equipment is on the racks, as well as we've set up contracts with Seatow for on-the-water support. It's 24/7. It's always available. We have GPS tracking live on the units. We have signals already built in. We know when people are out of range. We have a lot of triggers built in, so it's something that we can really put out in front of everybody. For liability for the city, we'd be able to add you on our insurance policy the same way that Lime Bike did, as well as provide a non-contributory endorsement and a waiver of subrogation, which removes all liability from the city whatsoever. We will manage the project. We will pay for the installation. This is completely covered by our costs alone, and it's an amenity that the city will definitely benefit from. So I would like to see the support, and hopefully we can get moving on this. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andres.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Andres, are you still going to be here when it comes up for discussion?
Yeah.
If questions? All right, perfect. Okay, Ashley Trop.
Hello, my name's Ashley Trope. I live in the Towers, apartment D602. I want to reiterate what everybody else has said, and we're not real interested in paying improvements to other people's property. They ought to do it. The other thing is how does the city afford this thing? What happens if we get hit by a hurricane? Is this stuff all going to be flooded out and need to be replaced? It's very expensive. And also, if we have other issues, where are we going to get the money if we spend all this money on these underground wires? How are we going to address future needs if we've borrowed to our limit? And at some point, the city's going in debt too much. I don't think we need that. I think we need to be fiscally responsible and keep our powder dry for future emergencies that might occur, like a hurricane, or if there's something more important than beautification. And I also wonder if we get a storm surge here, what's going to happen to this underground system? I've heard sometimes they can flood out and you get under and have more issues. I'm not an expert on it and I don't know, but those are my concerns. And like I said, I think we're taking on too much debt here, the city is, and we're not leaving any room for future contingencies. And on a personal note, which applies only to me, I take all my extra money and I help send kids from low-income families to college. I spend tens of thousands of dollars on that stuff. I drive an old beater car. I wear old clothes with shoes with holes in them because I don't care. I care about the kids. And I don't want you guys taking money out of my pocket that I could be giving to these kids and making sure they have live the American dream, make sure they get their education, make sure they become taxpayers. And I don't want you guys to take that money away for beautification. That's it.
Thank you. Looks like somebody's got a green piece of paper in their pocket. You're it. You're the last. Patricia Romano.
Me to talk now? Good evening.
Good evening.
Dear Mayor, Mike, and dear council members. I believe that the issue before you today has been amply debated, and it is time for this governing body to do the job we elected you to do. Vote for what is best for the common good of this community, regardless of where residents live. Vote to bury the power lines, utilizing the financial resources of the village as a whole. Every single resident should pay for the project. Stop this nonsense right now. Please do not surrender to the loud voices of some agitators in our village and their dividing tactics. To do so will put our village in a very dangerous path for determining how to pay for future projects, which may seemingly benefit some residents more than others. That is not what we are in Key Biscayne, and that would certainly not be in accordance with the prevailing sense of community that we have always strived to achieve. Perhaps some examples are in order. Suppose those of us who live in houses decide to pay only for renourishing the portion of the beach that is in front of the beach club, since the rest of the beach is in front of the condos. Suppose that those of us empty nesters decided to stop paying for Master Academy or for the playing fields because we don't use them. So how about determining who uses our fire, fighting, and rescue services more? How many times they go to the condos versus the houses? Who's gonna pay more? So, is this what we are supposed to be doing from now on? So please govern for the common good of this community. One village, one community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Great divider.
Tony Cameo?
Tony Cameo, 151 Crandon Boulevard. With all due respect to my good friend Patricia Romano, who I love. Where is she? ¿Qué tal? There are definitely infrastructure in the village and services in the village that we all pay for. We all pay for the school, even though we don't necessarily have children or use it. We all use the police department, and we all pay for the police department and the fire department. There are many, many things that we do all together because there is no way to distinguish a better interest for one group or for another group. That goes without saying. I think that we're confusing, some things. Number one, and it's going to be interesting to listen to the report of the task force. Having underground utilities, some people say, is the best thing unless we have flooding. There are certain things that we can do to mitigate the flooding. There's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. But what's really concerning to, I think, the majority of the people on the island, and I have to state some facts here, which the village put out. There's 7,305 properties on Key Biscayne. 4,866, or 67% of those properties are already underground. So 2/3 of the properties have already undergrounded. And what we're being asked, if we do just a tax millage increase, or we take a loan and we go into debt and max out our credit card, affecting possibly our rating, and in an emergency not having that readily access to funds, to solve a problem for 23% of the existing homes that are not undergrounded. And there's some condos that are not undergrounded that will benefit from that, no doubt. So we need to balance very carefully the need to do this, number one, and number two, what is the most equitable way to pay for it? Because in order for this project to get done, if it's going to get done, we have to have buy-in from the majority of the voters. Yes, you are elected to make a decision, but the voters also have the final say. And so I think it's very important that you listen carefully to what people are saying, you take into consideration their concerns and what's involved. And I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm finding, just reaching out to my own constituency and the President's Council, and I'll wrap up, that we really need to do a survey of our own members to see, what their thinking is on this. So I think we need to do a lot more discussion. We need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item under special presentations, master plan of proposed underground utility project by Kimley Horn.
Mr. Mayor, before we switch, I want to thank and appreciate those who showed up today and given their opinion, some based on their feelings and their experiences, like all of us, and we appreciate that. And second, and most important, those of you who wrote emails that came in late today, I read them all. I didn't have a chance to answer them, but I tell you all, if you're not here, the same thing. I appreciate your involvement. I just hope that you keep involved past this issue, because one of the problems we like to change in our island paradise that cost us a lot of time, effort to create 27 years ago is that we stick together, and I like to get more of the kind of intelligent and thoughtful people that I witnessed in this debate to get engaged past this debate, because we have 365 days a year and a lot of other decisions to make. So anytime you're engaged, I'm very pleased, even if I don't agree with your opinion. And I want to thank you, because participation takes time, effort, and that gives me a great comfort to hear you. And those of you who wrote emails, thank you.
Agreed. Sir, welcome.
Thank you.
You've got the ball. I mean, just so we're all clear, what's going on tonight, there's no vote right now. What we're talking about is we're having a presentation on the master plan. Kimley Horn put together quite a plan. The Underground Utilities Task Force worked with them for almost 2 years now to put this plan together, and we appreciate the hard work that you've put in here. I've got a bunch of questions. I think a lot of people have a lot of questions. So I think, why don't we kick it off? I think procedurally, if we go through, I'm not sure how you want to do this. Do you want to do this in stages and then we stop and we ask questions? Or is it okay if we come at you with some questions during the presentation? What's better for your flow?
I can just run through it. It's 20 minutes.
Okay. What do you?
I'm sorry.
No. I'm asking you.
I mean, we've seen this presentation
Sure.
20 times, and there's a very good presentation, and we also have had the report is on the website.
Yep.
We all do our homework, devote the time before we get here. So in the interest of time, perhaps we can get, I hate to have another 20-minute.
I'm fine with that.
My concern there is I understand what you're saying, but
okay.
there are people, as you said, there's a lot of people who are
Okay,
here
fine.
who may not have actually seen the report overall, seen the plan.
Although it's posted, right?
I understood.
All right,
but
okay.
As you say, we want the inclusion, so I'd
I
prefer
just
that
want
they
to
do
have
the
time for them
presentation.
also to participate.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Okay.
as
And my
well.
second question is to make sure I understand, Mayor, because so that we can start being intelligent with our time management. We're not discussing today, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the funding mechanism.
No, not at all.
Right. So although we appreciated the comment about that, that is a decision forthcoming. I have an open mind. Everybody here has an open mind, and we're going to make the decision because I can take the heat. That's why I ran, but so that we can limit our discussion. This is about the physical aspects.
That's right.
Of what they're talking about, et cetera, so that you know the parameters, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about the funding, which is another consultant.
We're at the stage where we're trying to determine as a village if we're going to proceed with undergrounding utilities. We have not made that decision yet. Okay? We have not. So that is the first thing people have to understand. But tonight we're going to get the master plan, and then we will decide what our next step is going to be as a body.
Just one other quick thing, Josh. As you go forward through this, I know you did present this to the utility task force, and you tweaked it since then. So
I
if
have.
you could just let us know where the tweaks occurred, which is basically new information, then we can highlight and zone in on that too.
Sure.
Thank
Okay. I guess I'll start.
Yes.
Or should I wait?
No, you can go.
Wait for Mike and
Yeah.
Luis to come.
Okay. Well, let me just start by introducing myself. I'm Josh Horning. I'm the project manager with Kimley Horn. I wanted to also first thank this council and the past council for giving us this opportunity to be your consultant for this project. I wanted to also thank the task force for their continued efforts month in and month out, listening to all my technical presentations. They've been quite patient with me. And also to staff, the manager, our public works director, who've come on and really pushed this thing forward in the last few months. Kimley Horn was, we were selected in the fall of 2017, as some of you may recall. We've been going through this process now for about a year. We entered into a master services agreement with the village through negotiations with Weiss Serota. We also negotiated a individual project order, number 1, which is the master plan, which we'll be presenting today. And so how we would proceed if we do move forward, we would end up negotiating IPO or individual product order number 2, which would be the detailed design of phase 1. And just a note, keep in mind that there's no wrong way to proceed with this. It's just the master plan offers very clear recommendations to consider when making this decision. So just an overview of the task force and their involvement. Again, they were heavily involved in the master plan development. Their primary role was data gathering and processing of that data. They also helped develop a wish list, which we'll talk about later on, as well as master plan cover and theme selection. They also were the genesis of the direct-indirect map development. They also provided recommendations for the public outreach strategy and the website development. They also reviewed the draft master plan in depth and provided input on funding and assessment methodology. And as much as the funding was not part of our scope, it is part of the overall strategy for the project. So they were heavily involved in that. So the master plan covers 12 chapters, from the executive summary, or the Cliffs Notes, if you will, to to data collection, phasing, project delivery, and then construction cost, estimates of construction cost. So why did the village need a master plan? Besides being the desire of the council at the time, the master plan the need for a master plan for such a large project is to balance and manage potentially competing priorities such as cost, schedule, community impacts, and other other simultaneous capital improvement projects for the village. There's also a need to plan the schedule and durations of activities, develop phasing and sequencing of those activities, and develop opinions of probable cost. When followed for the duration of the program, the master plan lends a sense of consistency to the project during its implementation. So chapter 3, 4, and 5 generally present different data gathering that we acquired through this process. Chapter 3 was a review of the existing utility systems, FPL, Comcast, AT&T, and village-owned facilities. The master plan considers various aspects that make up the village, make the village, excuse me, including soils, topography, land use, and traffic. And that was presented in chapter 4. In chapter 5, Kimley Horn held the design workshops with FPL, AT&T, and Comcast for the purposes of reviewing design requirements for proposed underground infrastructure. And from these workshops, we were able to assemble general guidelines for the design criteria for the undergrounding program. So here is an updated map of the existing overhead facilities. Utility poles shown in black, utility poles in yellow include impacted streetlights. The overhead lines are shown in red, and the existing underground lines are shown in blue. In chapter 6, we discussed the phasing and sequencing of the project. There are 4 factors that influence how we phase the project, including FPL tariff requirements, whereas FPL requires that you underground a minimum of 3 pole miles of overhead utility lines, or underground 200 single detached dwelling units in a contiguous area. The physical size of the phase and traffic impacts, utility system technical requirements, and cost efficiencies. So we propose four phases for this project, starting in the south, heading north, and then going back to capture the balance of the village in Mashta Island. The way we sequence this from south to north is primarily from recommendations by Comcast and AT&T. Their primary trunk lines come down Crandon Boulevard, distributing services as they head from the north to the south. So as we make our way from the south to the north, it minimizes the transition and temporary equipment that will need to be provided for those utilities. The transition points are only the transition points actually shown on the map here are only on FPL feeder lines to minimize temporary transition poles and equipment, also minimizing costs. In an effort to accelerate the implementation schedule, each phase may contain subphases or work areas, particularly in phases 2 and 3, where Crandon creates a natural division of east and west construction. Timing and sequencing should be reviewed at the time of design for each phase so we can make adjustments to this plan. Chapter 7, we present how we went about recommending project delivery. There we go. So factors we considered in selecting project delivery are the 6 factors shown here on the slide: design, scope, budget, schedule, risk, and staffing. The village has control over a design team, but not over the utilities. So we are at the utilities, at the discretion of the utilities as far as design and schedule. The types of work in a specific phase play a role in the project delivery. Managing budget risk is considered when selecting the project delivery as well. Significant delays in schedule would result in higher costs due to added general conditions and greater inflation. And the village will need to consider the level of risk they're willing to accept as well prior to selecting a delivery method. The village's ability to manage the project in-house also influences the project delivery. So although it depends on how much the village wants to accomplish and the complexity of the project, Kimley Horn recommended that construction manager at risk be selected for project delivery. The reasons are that it requires the least amount of village staff to manage. Portions of the project can be fast-tracked separately from the phasing that we've shown. The CMAR participates in value engineering and constructability reviews ahead of GMP development. And it takes on the risk of the subconsultant contracts in developing a GMP, or a guaranteed maximum price. It can also manage multiple scopes of work at the same time. So on the slide here, I've shown a history of of the municipalities, what they've used in the past, the project delivery methods. As you can see, it's kind of a 50-50 design, bid, build, and construction manager at risk. And I've also identified some of the more recent local municipality methods. The town of Palm Beach is utilizing the construction manager at risk. They completed phase 1 north and south successfully using that method. And they also have begun phase 2 north and south. And Sunny Isles Beach utilized a design, bid, build method. And Longboat Key is attempting to utilize a design build method. Chapter 8, we've identified the risks that can impact the project, both in budget and schedule for each phase of the project, design and construction. By identifying these risks ahead of time, steps can be taken to mitigate them. A transportation management plan was developed in Chapter 9 to coordinate traffic impacts related to undergrounding, an undergrounding program to minimize impacts to the residents and the businesses, and to assist the contractor in developing maintenance of traffic plans during the implementation. In Chapter 10, we've had our partners at MRG assist in the development of public outreach recommendations and start implementing those as we communicate to residents moving forward and create transparency in the very early stages of the project. And that also included a much anticipated undergrounding website, which is live now, and anyone can log on to and obtain the latest and most up-to-date information regarding the progress of the project. And just a quick example of what a successful public outreach tactic that has taken place in Palm Beach. These are public information sessions with the contractors, the construction team, cleverly named Coffee with the Crew and a Cup of Joe with Bo. These occur on Mondays and Fridays at 8 a.m. where the residents can come and visit with the contractors, ask questions. And so in Chapter 11, we looked at how this project would all play out. The program schedule began in March of 2018, and here we are a year later, wrapping up the master plan. Detailed design would start as soon as possible to minimize the duration and completion date of the program. Design begins earlier for subsequent phases before prior phase completion, allowing for more time for easement acquisition. Easement acquisition is scheduled, is estimated at about 12 months, but it would really depend on the willingness of the resident or the business to grant an easement for the equipment. Construction durations for each phase range from 18 to 24 months, depending on the quantity of the work and the complexity. In order to accelerate the schedule, the construction phase phases 2, 3, and 4 of the program overlap previous adjacent phases by a minimum of 6 months and up to 12 months. The final 6 months of construction activity scheduled is reserved for switchover, pole removal, and final restoration. All areas are scheduled to be converted by early 2026, and final wrap-up of pole removal, restoration, and switchover by the fourth quarter of 2026. In Chapter 12, we presented our estimated cost and described the methodology we used to formulate those costs. Because we don't have a utility design to estimate from, we took the cost information from similar projects that we've been working on in the past and used consistent unit cost methodology. We took a cross-section of the village, created 5 sample project areas, and applied those unit costs to the length of roadways in each of those sample areas. So sample area 1 was a typical residential area, roadway installation, so that included trench restoration costs. Sample area number 2 included the residential connectors, east-west connectors, which is similar to sample area 1, but it includes it is less dense and actually includes FPL feeder and Comcast fiber conduit. Sample area 3 is residential on the water. This includes Mashta Island and Harbor Drive. The right-of-way in these areas are larger, and so we assumed that installation of conduit could happen in swale areas. So trench restoration was eliminated from this sample area. We also increased the cost for electrical communications backbone due to the larger houses and the docks that are adjacent to the homes. Sample area 4 was the multifamily area, and it includes higher costs for electrical communication backbone. And sample area 5 is the Fernwood mixed use area, which includes public facilities, commercial and residential, which will increase the backbone system requirements, and is the main corridor for FPL and communications conduit. So we took those unit costs and applied them to the amount of roadway impacted in each of those sample areas, came up with our opinion of probable cost. So this OPC includes FPL conversion, direct costs. It also includes service costs. We've also included a 25% GAF waiver credit that FPL will provide. We also included streetlight that will be impacted by the village, by the undergrounding, and a restoration cost.
Sorry, I have a question about
Sure.
the streetlights.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, am I not supposed to ask questions? Yeah.
Well, where to jump? Oh,
All right.
let's jump right
All
in.
right.
Let's let him finish. And
Go ahead. I'll
Let's
come
go.
at the
I
end.
have just a couple of minutes.
Okay.
So then the soft costs include construction management fees at 15%, engineering, permitting and surveying, and construction administration fees estimated, as well as easement acquisition and public outreach. We've also included a 10% contingency and a 3% per year inflation cost, totaling over $46 million. So the optional items we've included here actually include wish list items that were developed by the task force. as well as some other upgrades. Vista switch cabinets were included as an optional item. We're also including additional streetlights for areas of the village that are not currently lit. We've included extra conduit for future communications utilities, roadway improvements such as milling and resurfacing, raising of the roads 6 inches in areas where we're improving the stormwater facilities. We're also including traffic calming, which was taken from the traffic calming master plan. Also a wish list item from the task force was the water main replacement of the old asbestos cement water mains and unknown material, identified as unknown material water mains, also included in that. We've also included Safe Routes to School, budgeted at $1 million. And stormwater improvements, which were taken from the stormwater master plan at over $23 million. We included some equipment screening in our restoration costs, so that's included in that $6 million restoration budget. And we did not include a number for beautification and streetscape. The level of intensity for that varies greatly, so we couldn't get a good number for you on that one.
Okay.
So the next steps would be if we decide to move forward to develop scope and fee for the IPO number 2, which I described earlier. That's the detailed design of phase 1. We'd kick off our surveyors and our geotechnical engineers to start their investigation. All this while the village enters into agreements with FPL, AT&T, and Comcast to underground their facilities. That's it. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Just proceed. Well, no, there's yes or no questions. This is the final report.
This is the final report.
Thank you. Then I'll get into the subject.
Why do we have to do this in phases and drag this out over a bunch of years, which is going to include your inflation costs you put in there? This is not like sewage, which goes downhill. Electric goes up and downhill. Why can't we do it all at one time? First question.
Yeah, so there's multiple reasons why we decided to do this in phases. For one, it'll get the project started quicker. Instead of being in a design phase for 3 years or so and then starting construction, we can get this thing going quicker. Number 2, we can control the flow of funds a little easier. So in order to start the undergrounding process, the village will need to pay each of the utilities for their design and installation fees. So that would be quite a big check written to these utilities years before any of that even happens.
What is your design, assuming Kimley Horn was our engineer, what engineering would you do versus what would FP&L do?
FP&L will design their electrical network.
What would you do?
So what we do, besides managing all of the utilities
From engineering, not management standpoint, what would you do?
Sure. So the engineering plans that we prepare are supplemental conduit plans. So in other words, we take all of the schematic designs from FPL, AT&T, and Comcast, and we put them into a buildable plan that can then be built by a contractor.
So when FP&L tells you they're going to run cables down X amount of X street, you're going to tell us we need a 4-inch conduit for that?
FPL will dictate what size they want. We're gonna tell the contractor where to install it.
So basically, okay.
Right.
The poles. Now, the poles that they're going to remove, there's a co-location agreement usually between the electric company and the telephone cable providers.
Right.
And that is that I think the government forces them to co-locate. The poles removed. In other words, electric company removes the thing and they remove their pole. What obligation do we have as a village to provide anything for the telephone or the cable or intercom or whatever provider?
So if we were to enter into agreements with FPL to relocate their lines, they could build their infrastructure and relocate their lines underground, but then they would come back and just top off the poles where just above where the communications lines are located. So the poles would remain in place.
Why?
Because they're not obligated to move, to relocate to an underground location. They'd most likely rather stay on the poles.
I know they'd rather stay on the poles, but is there any obligation for FPNL? Thank you, my voice is so soft, nobody can hear me. Is there any obligation for FPNL to keep the poles there?
I believe it's when they're co-locate their agreements with AT&T and Comcast.
So that runs forever?
I don't know the specifics of that, but I'm sure it's a.
Well, the reason I'm bringing this up, I see the cost involved in this for telephone or internet, Comcast, et cetera, communications.
Yeah.
And in effect, we're going to put down conduits for them.
Right.
And which they will pull their own wires, I assume.
Yes.
Or the contractor will pull their wires, whoever's going to do it for them. But why should we have to do that? And why should we pay for it? Why shouldn't we make that a revenue thing where we put conduits down and then determine what's the best thing for the village? Because there's more than one provider these days for telephone, for internet provider, for cable, et cetera. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, it's a complicated question, but the short answer is Comcast and AT&T would rather stay on the pole than have to pay for the undergrounding.
I understand what they'd rather do. I'm talking about what is a legal obligation. If you know the answer, if you don't, that's fine. For AT&T to retain that pole in the ground. Because one of the reasons we're putting it underground is to get rid of the poles behind the houses.
Correct.
Do you know the answer?
I don't know the legal answer.
Could you find out?
I can, sure.
Thank you. The next thing is,
Wait.
Oh,
We got a couple
Share.
I'm sorry. I'll come back when they're done.
I want to go back to Councilmember Laredo's first question, because I was hoping that this wasn't the final. I still think that council should have some feedback, because this is the first time we're seeing it. Based on our feedback, our questions, maybe you make some adjustments to it and bring it back. Is that what you are planning?
So this is our proposed final plan. This is all of our recommendations, and if there's any tweaks that that want to be made, we're able to accommodate that.
Yeah, because reading through this, there's some areas that get very technical, and I know if you are not in this industry, you really get lost in it. And I think we can clarify this a lot, because this is not just for us, but it's for the public as well to understand what's happening in the project. So I think there definitely can be some tweaks. I was wondering if you could help me better understand on page 17, the direct overhead, indirect overhead, and direct underground. I didn't understand this map, and I wanted to see if we can better understand what this means.
Sure.
We all had that.
Oh, sorry.
So this map actually was not in our scope to do, but it was a request from the task force to prepare as a communication tool to the residents, to really identify who has really the direct overhead lines and who has the underground lines. I should say though that the electrical system is a grid, and so everything, even the underground lines, are connected to the overhead lines at some point.
Yeah. And so what brought me thinking about this? Sorry. It shows Ocean Club as direct underground, right? I have an apartment there for 13 years in Lake Villa 2, and I can tell you that when the overhead across the street blows, the transformer blows, my power goes out. When Hurricane Irma came through, it took us 5 days to get on. The other half of Ocean Club that's closer to the beach, they were on right away. I had to move into my mother-in-law's apartment over there for 5 days until they got mine on. So, you know, we need to start looking at this a little bit closer, because I don't know if that portion of the Ocean Club is directly underground. I think it may be an indirect, but I don't know what the definition is of indirect overhead, direct overhead, direct underground. Is there an indirect underground? I don't know. And I don't know what, it wasn't really clearly spelled out of what those mean and where those pockets can be. Because from my understanding, if you're direct underground, is that direct meaning from the substation, the towers are getting direct underground all the way through? Or is that coming from overhead and then going on underground? So is it indirect underground? You know, so I had some problems with the terminology and where we're using this, and I think it might need to be cleared up a little bit more there.
Sure, we can do that. Yeah, the definitions, specific definitions of direct underground is that they are fed underground from the substation to their service entrance in the building. That feeder line may be connected to overhead at some point, but those buildings are being fed by underground lines.
All the way from the substation.
All the way
for
from
those?
all the way from the substation. I'm sorry.
The part of the loop, can you talk more about that?
Right. So the underground feeders that feed the east side, the majority of those, I'm not sure of how many, but there are at least a minimum of 3 that well, there are 5 underground feeders, correct. There are at least 3 of them that feed back to the west side as a redundant loop to connect the overhead west side with the east side.
And how do they do that overhead?
They go underground and come up poles and then go overhead from there.
Okay.
Josh, I thought the only buildings on the island that were connected directly underground from the substation to their building was Commodore Club.
I don't believe that to be the case. I've reviewed the FPL primary maps, and that's not what I'm seeing.
So do you know right now, or can you provide for us, I guess, the list of those properties that stay underground the whole way?
We can do that for sure.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Can I ask a couple other questions?
Sure.
One of the things that your report said is that when FPL, and they alluded to this in the workshop, when they harden their system, if they were to harden their system, they're only required to do this along the main feeder lines. Is that accurate?
It is accurate, yes.
So then we would end up still with wood poles behind all the homes?
Right, so they would replace like for like, essentially. So if you have a wood pole behind your house, you would get a hardened wood pole, which is a larger diameter and a taller pole. If you have concrete adjacent to your house or along the street, it would be replaced with a hardened concrete pole.
Except another part of your report said that when they put new lines down, it is required that they can have truck access to those lines. So how are they going to have truck access to their new rear poles?
Right, so that would be in the case of an undergrounding. So for the hardening of the line stays where they're at. And if we're going to underground the utilities, they have to be moved from the rear yard easements to the front yard.
So the
that they can
truck
be accessed by
access
truck.
requirement is only for
Undergrounding. Yes.
The other part, it looked like if FPL undergrounds, there's still one of these feeder lines that will remain overhead. Is that accurate? And where is that feeder line?
No, that's not correct. And I did get your questions prior to this, so I can clarify that in the master plan. Any overhead feeder line will be undergrounded. They will just stay where they are at. So they'll just be relocated from above ground to underground. The other point that I wanted to make there is that there are 7 feeders coming out of the substation. They're not going to create any more feeders. There'll be 7 now, and there'll be 7 after the underground.
So it'll be like for like on that.
Correct.
Are they going to basically recreate our grid FPL, I'm assuming, will look at this because maybe there's a better way to do it?
So yeah, it will be a like for like, but they also, when they underground, they implement a redundancy loop in the system for better reliability.
Okay, one other question, and then I'll give it to everybody else. But one of the concerns that our community has is the issue of flooding with underground.
Right.
And if you could just talk a little bit about the fact that, first of all, the island has quite a few underground lines already, which I don't think we've had any problems with flooding for those lines that have existed, some of them since the 70s.
Right.
And then secondly, the boxes that are above ground that support those are definitely not hermetically sealed or the latest and greatest technology. And I, again, have not heard complaints about that equipment. So is it appropriate to think that those really aren't going to be issues with a new underground system? And if I'm wrong, where would those problem areas be?
So there would be some issues with flooding in terms of underground facilities when the low-lying area where a transformer is located in a low-lying area that is ponding or flooding. When that's the case, FPL cannot access the transformer until the flooding subsides.
But it has nothing to do with the lines underground, because our whole power system is fed by an underground line at the bottom of Biscayne Bay, correct?
Correct. The underground lines are designed to be installed underground. So that means being exposed to water.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes, just as a conversation with you, and it has to do with this final report issue. You know, as per the ordinance, there has to be a final report. The report, the work that they have, the outstanding work that they done on the committees are only to take us, it's a blueprint for action. It is not, they are not into managing. So we have to come, if anything unites those who are for one side or the other on this issue is, and I heard from them, is they want us desperately to take control of this process and decide. And they'll be mad or satisfied with us, but we cannot continue to depend on consultants. We have got to own this process, and all those questions, we, with our very capable management team, can resolve it. And may I further say, having been a commissioner, that you will have, and I already have explored, very high-level cooperation from FPNL on all these questions, particularly when it rises to the level of elected officials. That's the way they're trained to do, to operate. They have a government relations department. They have a lot of things. So all these questions are easily obtained from their resources once they know they're dealing not with a third party, but with the people that we represent. So just so that you know why my insistence on when are we taking over in a good sense, because they have shown us enough facts now where we can now make some decisions. So that just as a matter of clarification, at least how I view it. And I want to just get back very quickly to page 6, which is, and also one of the reasons I wanted to say final report, because I have to have a hard number. You know, I know they're estimates, but the last draft on the hard cost, I break this up into hard costs and soft costs, and I'll go over line by line with you. But we went from $20 million, $26,660 under the overhead to employment FPNL, to $17,900. That's a drop of $3 million in a couple of weeks.
So,
I mean, that's.
I understand your concern. What we did was we actually pulled out the restoration and the construction management fees and separated those as separate line items.
So the total price didn't change.
The total didn't change. We just pulled those numbers out of some of those other figures.
Segregated in different areas, that's all.
You see why
we
have a difficulty communicating with our people who put us here? I mean, we got to get with the language, you know. So the first 3 lines, 1, 2, 3, would you categorize them, and I don't want to be too technical, would you categorize it as hard costs?
Yes.
Okay, the number line 4, restoration, could you briefly explain what that means?
That would mean.
That's a $6 million item.
Yeah, that includes asphalt trench restoration, so wherever we have open trench.
Sorry, Josh, can you do me a favor? Can you put up the slide? I know you've got that on a slide. Can you find that so folks who are sitting in the audience or at home can?
I think
excellent point.
On page 117, it's a little bit more broken up. It might be a better.
I understand, but I know where I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah, but I want to have the numbers up so people can follow along at home or in the audience.
That's not the same thing.
No, that's not.
Yeah, it's a little different, but it's, you know, it all adds up to the same number.
Yeah. Items 5 through 9 are what we would call soft cost.
Correct.
And item 10 is a PSC mandated number, but it's flexible. It can go up. The percentage can go up.
It's going to be based on the binding cost estimate from FPL.
But the percentage is not going to change?
Percentage will not change.
Do you have any knowledge about any other source of funds for us to mitigate that cost?
So I do know of a couple of bills in.
Right, well, we know that.
Okay.
We found out on our own. Okay. All right, so basically what you shifted is the line items.
Correct.
But not the cost.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Ed, I'm sorry, Allison, Vice Mayor McCormick.
With regard to the bills, the item 1, overhead to underground conversion, the almost $18 million there, how much of that is the main lines versus the backyard lines? So basically, we're looking for possible funding from these bills right now to cover what we didn't expect to be covered. So how much more do you think that number could come down, I guess is my question.
I don't know the answer to that. The PSC has to adopt rules for implementing these new bills. I did talk to FPL on Friday, who said that they would affect these costs and there would be some additional credits, but I don't know the details of that yet.
Okay. And then my other question relates also to costs. Looking at undergrounding the utilities for the communications stuff, how have you seen other municipalities do things with regard to franchise fees or other ways to try to find alternate sources of funding for that? And if so, what kind of an impact do you think that could potentially have on the bottom line for that item?
In Palm Beach, they issued an industry RFP to investigate the industry's interest in bringing in a competition to the island. They didn't get a very good response, and the response that was extremely interested was only interested in the commercial business, not the other residential areas. So Palm Beach did not end up installing a conduit for those types of future revenues.
So what did they end up doing then? They just installed conduit for the existing communications they had at their own cost?
Correct.
And there was because we did talk at one point about the broadband and.
Right, so there is opportunity, like Hotwire has expressed interest in competing with the others in a larger stake of the village. But those details really will need to be worked out in the coming months.
And that would be us. We'd be negotiating those moving forward. Ed, did you have you had about 72 questions over there?
You mentioned that you're going to replace the transite pipe with new pipe. Is there any problem with the transite pipe? If the asbestos become friable and causing any kind of health damage or health problems?
Some of the studies that I've seen are indeed, yes, that there are long-term issues with the degradation of the asbestos and getting those particulates getting into the water.
Okay. And then finally, or almost finally, you mentioned either CM at risk versus design build. Our experience has always been basically not to use design build, and most of the times we've really paid a huge penalty for it. And my experience over the last 50 years is that design build, in most cases, not always, but in most cases, is far superior, it's far quicker, it's more economical, and of course the problem is it eliminates people like you usually. So I understand why the bias would be that I wouldn't expect you to say design build. But you give me any reason, and we don't know what things will cost, but design builder will know what things will cost, will know what the total thing will cost, and we'll know the timetable and what liquidated damages, and we'll have more control. Knowing that, why would we want to go CM at risk?
So the biggest issue with the design build delivery is timing. The biggest advantage to design build is the fact that they can deliver it quicker than any other delivery method. The problem with that is that the utilities, Comcast, FPL, and AT&T, don't work. They have to design their own systems, their own networks. So we're working at their own pace. That's really the biggest issue. The other, just so I can comment on your other concern, is that if the village were to decide to go to design build, we could essentially team up with a contractor to come after it again. So it's not like we wouldn't try to do that.
But basically, we wouldn't be hiring an engineering firm and overpaying versus a contractor, which would be negotiating the best deal. I mean, because we have limitations on our negotiations with contractors and engineers. So basically, we are not like the private sector. You love dealing with us because we have no choice once you give us things and say that's it. We're a private industry, basically negotiates the best deal they can get. So having said all that, how much did we pay you for this master plan?
It was
for your services on this project so far.
So it was 300,000 to develop the plan itself and put together the book, and then we had about 100,000 of, 75,000 of meeting time, and presentations, and things like that, as well as our partners at Emergy and their efforts.
So how much is the total so far?
It was roughly just under 500,000.
How much?
Just under 500,000.
And what have we learned? What have we gotten? What kind of benefits do we get for that $500,000?
Well, we developed this master plan that's really going to guide this project from start to finish.
Which tells us to do these phases and tells us, Chief, is how you take care of the traffic and that, what else? And then maybe it'll cost this much?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moss.
All right, I have a few questions, if you bear with me. Somebody may have already mentioned this, so forgive me, but can we separate the cost of what it will cost to hook up the houses to the main lines as a separate piece in this master plan? I didn't see it as a separate cost item.
I believe we did have it broken out at one time. We do have the data that we can provide.
Okay. I think that would be good because that may lead into how we're going to decide to fund it and things like that in those future discussions. The other thing, FPL's GF waiver, my understanding is the only way we get that is by undergrounding everything. We can't do a hybrid of partial hardening and undergrounding. We would lose the 25% discount.
Well, strictly speaking, there are guidelines. So you have to underground a minimum of 3 pole miles of overhead lines, or at least 200 detached dwelling units in a contiguous area.
Okay.
And if you phase it, you have to do those phases consecutively within a year of each other.
Okay. Then going back to Councilmember Laredo's question, I did not understand clearly what the difference between the conversion on the budget. You have an items on conversion, direct cost, and install. What is the difference between each of those?
So the conversion would be to install all the conduit, set pads, and the direct costs are the costs for equipment, the cost for FPL and the utilities to pull their wires, and for restoration, or pole removal and restoration.
And install?
Not restoration. I'm sorry?
And what is install then? You have a third item there.
Item 7, are you talking about? Item 7,
so if you look
8?
if you look on page 117,
Right.
1, 2, and 3 is conversions, 4, 5, and 6 are direct costs, and 7 and 8 are install services for FPL, and 1 for telephone and CAT. I was trying to get what are the difference, and I read through it, and I could not find the difference in there.
Okay, so so that's where we have the services broken out. So that's where the services from the transformer or from the communication pedestal to the home.
So the install is the final run to the homes.
Correct.
And buildings that are going from overhead, and they have to reconnect their services.
That's correct.
Okay. The one other question that I have is going back to that map. I forget which page it was on
17.
now. Was it page 17? The direct, indirect.
Underground, indirect.
So this is even being so heavily involved with the task force, this is the first time I actually was aware. I always thought that the overhead coming down Fernwood was connecting a lot of these already underground community condominiums. And if it's all coming from underground all the way to the towers, my question is, historically, how was this done? Did the towers, I don't know when they were built, maybe in the 60s?
71.
72. Did they underground from the substation all the way to their place, and then as development happened, they all connected to it? Or did Commodore started, and then everybody, as they developed, kind of connected to each other and worked their way down? I think that's an important thing to kind of understand. Maybe how did this work, and how did people, how did different places, private properties, connect to it?
So we do have records from FPL dating back to the 60s. So there was underground conduit installed during some of the original development of the east side. I don't know the sequencing of how the east side developed, and FPL doesn't have all those records, so we'd be able to only piece together certain buildings.
Okay.
But I was
just curious. Yeah. It was very interesting to learn this. So.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
I have two other questions. Going to your map about the soil, which basically said that you can't determine what the soil is because the land's all developed, is that correct?
Right.
And that we need to have someone else look at the soil and do soil boring tests?
Right.
I can give you a bunch.
So
all the houses we've done.
Yeah, so the classification from the USGS is urban land complex, which is essentially saying this has all been filled in over the years, and we don't know exactly what it all contains. Yeah, we probably know it's sand, but they don't know for sure. So what we would do as part of the due diligence in setting up the design and the bidding process is go in and investigate the soils, just to make sure that there isn't anything there that would preclude the contractor from doing a directional drill versus open trenching. It just gives them all the information so that they can refine their number and
Well, and
provide
could
a
this
better bid.
drastically impact the cost if this, I mean, because we don't know the soil that they're going to be doing this whole project in?
It could if there was hard rock beds or mostly rock underground. My assumption is that that's not the case, but that could influence the cost, yeah.
All right, one more question. I have a hard time understanding why the cost to put AT&T and Comcast in the system is so high, given that I'm assuming the construction and, opening the land and everything is sitting under FPL's costs. So what is it that makes that cost in excess of $9 million?
So the restoration costs are spread between all three of them. It isn't just lumped into FPL's costs, but they also have, there's a conduit that has to be installed, there's equipment that needs to be set, there's services that need to be run to the service entrances.
But they're putting their own lines down at their own cost, right? Because
no.
we're putting the pole boxes.
So the village would pay a contractor to install all the conduit and pole boxes and
Right.
transformer pads. And then if those contractors weren't qualified with FPL would bring in, and Comcast and AT&T would bring in their own crews to pull their own conductor, their own cable, and set their own equipment. And that's what those direct costs are related to.
Isn't AT&T already mostly underground with their copper wires?
They do have a lot of infrastructure that's already underground, yes.
Yeah, I don't understand that piece of it.
Ed, as far as the geotech goes, almost every, I won't say every, because there's always an exception, every house built in Key Biscayne, I'd say in the last 20 years or more than 20 years, has geotech done before the house is built, so that whether you're using spread footings, piling design, or whatever else, so the data is all available, not on every house in Key Biscayne, but probably at least 50% of the houses. So why would you have to redo the whole thing again?
Well, in that case, if we could pull those records, it would definitely help save some money, I would think.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say, similarly, FPL did undergrounding in various spots around the island. What comes to mind immediately is West McIntyre in front of the elementary school. And I assume that they had to do this testing as well. It just strikes me that so much of this information is out there, and we have wonderful staff that can help gather this information. I think I like conservative estimates so that we don't go over, but maybe it's maybe a little too much.
In the past 10 years, we did the sewer system on half the island, so we have that data also.
Yeah, to the Vice Mayor's comments, and I repeat, I had the honor of representing the citizens of Florida and regulating what then was Southern Bell, Bell South, and AT&T, and I also regulated FPNL. They are very good providers. They have very good sense of social responsibility, and you will get a lot of answers once we engage them one-on-one. That is one of the reasons
You're ready to move.
Yes, because they are ready to answer some of our questions, because that's the way they're built.
Right.
We're the ones who are going to decide, and they appreciate all we've done up to now, but it's one of the reasons because those are very good questions.
So in talking to residents who again, and I think, I forget frankly who brought the question up, but about the flooding, about we had FPNL when we had the workshop a little while ago where FPNL was here. He sort of hemmed and hawed, frankly, about whether or not we should continue and do an undergrounding of power lines. and frankly raised some concerns among our residents. And I think you were there. So can you speak to some of those issues that are raised? I mean, in terms of, does it make us more resilient? Is there data that will back that up at the end of the day? And can we say with some level of certainty that this is going to improve the level of service that we're getting?
If I may interject, just to add on specifics to the one question to that, the question that I have received also from the public is this an aesthetic project, or are there actual quantifiable improvements we can expect? And I know I've heard your presentation many times, and that's kind of why I've stayed quiet during this, because you guys have more questions than I, but could you please explain to us and I don't know if you have them with you, the exact numbers regarding the number of outages and the duration of outages when you compare above ground and below ground systems?
I do have the data. I could get it really quick.
Yeah. If the mayor's question is easier to answer faster.
Yeah, let me answer that first. So
mine's too simple. Is that what you're saying?
we can talk specific data for sure. But in general, let me just respond to that. FPL released a storm hardening and reliability report in 2018 that identified specific data that quantified a 80% reduction in outages, average duration, and average outage frequency for underground utilities. So there is a tangible benefit, reliability benefit to undergrounding the facilities. It's not, and yes, it is an aesthetic project, but it does come with some added benefits as well to that.
Well, let me just add, because your question, it goes to the heart of the matter. And I have studied this for a long time, because undergrounding came 24 years ago when I was a Public Service Commission. Trust me that this is about resiliency nowadays more than anything. It's about reliability, and it's at the end of the day, it's about costs. It is about you have to be not connected to know all the money that we spend on reconstruction when we have storms. That, by the way, is like the old question about insurance that, well, somebody else pays for. We pay for eventually because our insurance rates go up. So to have this concept that, well, I'm not getting any benefit in a very narrow sense, is a false premise. Mm-hmm. But the science is, the numbers are that it adds resiliency, particularly in light of now new things like rising seas, et cetera, et cetera. So what we can debate on the aesthetics is actually a side benefit to it. It was never kicked off at the level of the PSC and the state legislature, which they're having two more bills this session. One, I understand, passed today. Is that there is a commitment to saving long-term in our community. So if you just think it's about aesthetics, it's not, because I would never vote for anything for aesthetics. I mean, but that's secondary. Now, we can get your facts, and I can bring you other facts, and we can bring experts. But it's clear. Now, there are some very good questions that have to do with flooding that I need to answer more, because that was an issue that was not discussed before. In other words, what happens when and if there's flooding inside those lines.
And one of the things, I should have mentioned this earlier, I would like, if the public has questions or comments, I think we're going to open this up in a little bit so that people can ask some questions if they'd like to, because I'm assuming that y'all have some questions.
Just one more thing, and Josh, I'm actually going to ask you a question, even though it sounds like I'm giving a speech. But for me, if you can explain a little bit more, if you have more information. For me, one of the more telling benefits of undergrounding was when we had the workshop that the gentleman from FPL was here, when he explained the procedure for getting the village back up. If you have an underground system as opposed to an above ground system, the difference in the amount of work crews you need, how long it takes. Could you please give us some more information on that?
Yeah, just to recap. So overhead lines are because they're an older technology, you need more crews to come in to physically repair the lines. In that sense, they're also quicker to identify issues and quicker to resolve. When you go underground, they've got new technology where they're able to maybe send out one guy to identify problems and manage to resolve them by himself. That does mean, though, that it takes him a little longer to resolve those outages than it would if it was an overhead system.
But there would be less of a delay because it'd be FPL sending out one person as opposed to several crews. If there's another area that has a larger population, we would take a back seat to them if we were above ground, correct? That was my understanding?
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Sending one guy out as opposed to 14 crews is easier.
Another bit of information, Councilman, it is also, we import, as you know, a lot of crews from neighboring that have to learn a little bit of our system. That also delays it a little bit. Because for North Carolina on down, they send volunteer crews down.
I have a question about another benefit or not. So one of the concerns that I hear a lot is relates to us sort of overtaxing the system we have, right? The number of residents, or certainly number of year-round residents has really increased. But additionally, we have electric cars, we're promoting golf cart use, we're drawing a lot more power. And sort of the further on down the line you get, people are experiencing brownouts and surges or different things like that. Does updating, I mean, I assume it does, but I would like to confirm, to know for myself, does updating all of these systems help increase efficiency in that regard, or are we still going to be experiencing these same issues, right? Like FPL has said, oh no, the substation is fine, then before they said it wasn't. So if the issue is our antiquated system, can we expect improvements?
So when they issued this statement that they said the substation was not going to be substandard, or that was a projection during the boom times of the 2006 to 2009. So they were projecting a growth that never actually happened. Now that they've revisited that, the growth projections are a lot less than they were, which means the substation is still good for many, 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 many years. When they design this new network, they will design it conservatively to account for density increases and things like that. So those would be accounted for in their design.
Do we have other questions?
No, I just a final comment on the number, almost all of the communities that have done it, including the latest one, Palm Beach, we can learn a lot from in terms of payment methodology and everything else. They all made the investment, and there hasn't been one that has not retreated from it. The controversy is how to pay for it, but the cost-benefit and all that, which is what we have to decide eventually.
Just, I wanted one more question to follow up on Councilmember London and the design build. You concurred with him that we would probably be able to do it more quickly than if we did CMAR and the
CMAR risk.
CMAR risk, right? So let's say we do the D-build, and your concern was that because we're waiting on AT&T, we're waiting on Comcast, we're waiting on FP&L, would there be a way? I mean, we're a mile by a mile and a quarter, right? We're a smaller community. Do you think that might be brought to bear in terms of getting a design build moved along more quickly with FP&L? I'm purely asking the question for an opinion. I'm not expecting you to have an absolute, but would that be a possibility?
In our experience,
and that's why I'm asking.
There hasn't been a way to move the designs along any faster than however long they want to take.
Okay.
Unless there is political or executive influence on a higher level.
Okay.
But Josh, just to tag on to that, I mean, wouldn't that be the same situation in any of the ways that we go? I mean, we're at the mercy of whenever they're going to do it. So one of my big comments was in here is that I just didn't understand a lot of the negatives on design build, because a lot of them seem that it would be the same negative throughout. And, maybe that's something that when we sit down individually and talk a little bit, I want to better understand, because I think there was something in there saying that we would have less control, but there's no explanation of why we would have less control. So I think there's still some stuff like that could be tweaked in there to better understand it. But it's something like you said, that, we're at the mercy of the communications designers, I would think it would be in that mercy no matter which method we decide to go with.
It's true. And just to respond to that, I mean, if you look at design, bid, build, we have to have designs, we have to have supplemental conduit plans, we have to have everything designed and ready to go in order to bid that process. So that is that is a longer process than if you were to do a CMAR and or a design build.
Ed seems to disagree.
I'm gonna look to get educated by Ed on this issue. Yeah, I really am. I really, this is a big
Ed's
one.
poker face is coming through.
But
Councilmember
okay.
London?
Why don't you just?
So you're telling me, if I understand correctly, that a contractor who does design build, assuming we're not going to hire a guy that this is his first project, he has no idea what it's going to cost per mile, per drop, per transformer pad, per trenching 2 feet, 2 by 2, or whatever he has to trench through this type of soil. And he's not going to be able to do that, and that's going to take a long time to do versus either CM at risk or guaranteed max or something like that. The guaranteed max, he has to have the same information, doesn't he? But the design builder, he already has all this stuff. No, he doesn't have it for this particular project, but he's done enough that he knows that a backhoe can trench X amount of lineal feet per day going through this type of soil, and you can lay this amount of pipe, and a horizontal boring machine can go X amount when you're going with a 6-inch conduit or 12-inch conduit, whatever else it can be. So I don't understand where you're coming from, why you're saying the design build would be slower, more expensive, less control. We have Paul. Where's Paul? He's sitting here.
I actually was referring to design, bid, build, not design, build, when I said that, when I made that comment. But I would surrender that the experience of the contractor is going to play a big role in this, of course.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, does anybody else have questions up here for right now?
Thank you for coming.
Sorry.
Sure.
I'm
Thank you for your work. Well,
thank you.
Hold on.
So, quick question about Cape Florida. You mentioned in your report undergrounded with old technology. Was there any look at what it would look like to upgrade or what upgrades may be needed?
So after some further investigation and speaking to FPL, it does appear that that was undergrounded during the development of Cape Florida. Their FPL plans dating back to the 60s on that. So they have since upgraded that old technology.
FPL has.
Yes. So now they have the latest transformers there. The old style just essentially put the old can style transformers in a big vault underground. So that's no longer the case. So there's been some upgrades since then.
Okay. So if you do tweaking, maybe that
yes.
Page 18.
I agree.
And then my next question actually relates to transformers. I know we have it here, but if you could just, for the benefit of our residents, talk a little bit about how often and what they would look like.
So in a typical residential setting, you would see probably a transformer every 3 to 4 houses, depending on the load. We would try and keep them on one side of the street. In right-of-ways that are restricted, say 35 feet right-of-ways, we would most likely be looking at acquiring easements for that equipment. The transformers are roughly 3 by 3. The pads are a little bit bigger than that. So they stand about this tall. You are allowed to screen them. There are restrictions on how close you can, the clear zones around them that you need to maintain. 3 feet on all sides except for the front, which is 8 feet clear. So that's what you're generally looking at in typical. In a larger right-of-way, say Harbor Drive or Mashta Island, excuse me, where the right-of-ways are like 50 feet, there's potential there to fit the equipment in the right-of-way and not have to go after an easement for those.
What's the capacity of a transformer and what's the ampacity of a transformer?
So the low-profile transformers, which they do have a low profile, go up to 75 kVA, and then once they get above that, they provide like the standard style transformer. And then when you get into the larger homes, like Over on Bay Lane, there's actually a home with a three-phase transformer because the loads are significant.
I don't think we have any three-phase, do we, in Key Biscayne?
Yeah, there is, sure.
Businesses?
I mean, besides the
feeders,
I guess the condominium and stuff like that, but
Right.
I'm talking about single families. Is there any three-phase anywhere?
There is a three-phase transformer that's been set.
But where's three-phase electric?
Well, the three-phase is in the feeder lines that runs through.
No, I'm talking about what houses or what residents have three-phase electric?
I don't know the details of that specifically.
I don't think there's, unless somebody knows the difference, I don't think there is any.
Well, if he's saying Bay Lane, there's a large home on Bay Lane.
No, three-phase has nothing to do with large. But anyway,
Those would be mostly restricted to like commercial.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then, and what is a typical home? I'd usually say a brand-new home was what, 400, the max would be 600 amp, but usually what, 400 amp, would you say, Brett? Usually, say 400 amps. So based on 400 amps, you're saying that basically you get 1,200 amps on a transformer, which would be 1,200 times, what, 240 to figure out a KVA?
That's what we're seeing.
I can't multiply, but, that's all it would be?
That's what we're seeing in Palm Beach, yes.
All right, so the question is, can you have bigger transformers and less of them? Are there any ones bigger than, you said, what, 75 KVA?
Potentially. That would really be worked out in the design of the network.
Well, I mean, if you did that, is it less expensive than having more transformers and less ugly to have less things on the street?
It's a good question.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I don't have the answer for you right now.
But it's
Thank
less
you.
ugly, maybe not to the
Can I
person.
ask one other question?
Of course, no, yeah.
I'm sorry, Josh. Allison tweaked my mind on who, if we were to put this underground, who handles the maintenance? Are we then responsible for maintenance of the system, or does FP&L take over that at that point?
So FP&L, AT&T, Comcast you would essentially turn all those facilities over to them to maintain and to manage.
Yeah.
And I think it said here that they actually end up owning it even though we pay for it. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
That's correct.
So, okay, let me go back to that point. So let's say right now we decide we want FP&L because we're going to do the underground power lines, and we want to allow AT&T and Comcast to come in. What are our controls over, suppose we get tired, we don't want Comcast anymore. We don't want Xfinity in these lines. I mean, what are our controls to actually go out? It used to be what, Adelphia was here and somebody else. I mean, we had a whole bunch of issues, like, what kind of controls can we put in place? I guess I'm asking, going forward, could we have something that says, okay, Comcast, you have the lease on these conduits for this period of time, but at some point we can renegotiate that franchise agreement or whatever we want to do to move to another provider, Verizon instead of AT&T or Sprint. Is Sprint still around? But what have you seen? Again, I'm asking you, given your expertise, what have you seen people do? Because frankly, I don't want to just give Xfinity carte blanche on this island. I am not pleased with their service personally, and so I would not want to leave them with some great cudgel over our heads saying we're going to run this the way we want to run it.
Well, they exist there today, and I don't know all the legal ramifications of that, but if you decided that you wanted to exclude them from service on the island, I would assume that they would just they'd stay on the poles.
Their lines would stay on the poles,
Right.
even if we had, okay, all right. Okay. But you don't know, you're not certain on that. We could still look into that. We'd have to talk to our attorneys and get involved with that. Okay.
But that is an option, though. I mean, there is an option out there that if the communication companies want to stay on the poles, but we buried all the power lines, you still have the poles there running communication-wise.
Absolutely, we have to deal with that.
Yeah.
And that's clarification.
Question.
Councilmember Segurola?
If FPL buries their power lines, but they keep the poles up for AT&T and Comcast, do AT&T and Comcast have to take over the maintenance of the poles, or is it still FPL?
No, it'd still be FPL.
I don't know how that agreement would work.
It would depend on but if it's co-location and the poles are FPLs, they're the ownership. I would assume. I mean, if if you're leasing, like if I have a warehouse, it's my warehouse, right? Even though you're leasing it from me, I'm still responsible for maintenance upkeep to a certain degree. Right, at the end of the day.
My question just is, I understand. I think we'd have to see whatever the agreement is, because if FPL says I no longer want to pay the cost of maintaining the poles, and AT&T or Comcast don't want to do it, then there's a problem. I'm sure the agreement says something, just we got to find out what it
Those
says.
are issues we have to clarify. Before we even get going on this project,
Right.
I agree. We have to understand what those agreements are. I mean, that's something we have to bore down on, because we're certainly not going to do this project if there's an infinite amount of time that AT&T can remain on the poles. That's ridiculous. But if we're going to move forward, that's something we've got to get
So
done.
it turns
Can we
out,
put that
I
as
just
an-
found out that 90% of the poles in the key are actually owned by AT&T. So they have co-location agreements with FPL for
Okay.
FPL.
So that's a whole different ball of wax. But before we
Vice
commit
versa.
ourselves to,
I mean, that's a lot of legal managing it, massaging that way.
no, understood. But we've got to massage
Well,
before we start talking, before we
Well, in that
commit.
situation,
AT&T
AT&T is going to want us to bury their lines. If not, they'll say, no, we'll keep up our poles.
That's right.
They know that.
Yeah.
why-
If they own
Well,
it
if they
already,
didn't before, they do now.
yeah.
No, they know
No, they know.
it. Trust me.
Anybody else? I've got a couple questions from the audience. Okay, Don Ellisberg, former or current vice chair of the Underground Utilities Task Force.
I am Don Ellisberg. I live at 177 Ocean Lane Drive, Unit 1111. And I am currently the vice chair of this task force. Let me start out with what your last comment was, and then I'd like to say something to everybody so that you can put in context how I think what we've been doing for the last year and a half. Okay? If you give me a few minutes to do this. Number one, everything you have discussed about the Comcast and AT&T and all of that is a rabbit hole to this issue. It's an entirely different issue. Most of it is governed by current law. Most of it is governed by regulations. Even in our condominium, when we wanted to eliminate whoever was there, and we wound up with Comcast, it turns out that they claim they own the lines, but at some point they don't own the lines, and then you own the lines. It is a very complicated business, and I'm sure it's the same thing with those wires out there. It's another world, and it has nothing to do with this project, really, other than peripherally, and maybe $9 million, but I think much less. I want you to know what I've been doing for a year and a half. I and 6 other of your fellow residents have volunteered, okay? At least I thought we volunteered, and I'm trying to speak within the context of also having to live in the Sunshine Act. We all volunteered to spend a year and a half as your staff. Essentially, what we have done is be your staff personnel for free to look at what Kimley Horn was planning to do, to try to get a sense of what did it mean, to get a sense of what we thought the council might want a direction, of what we thought the questions might be, of whether we could filter the answers so that by the time it got to you, it might make sense, and if we could do enough so that when you had to consider it, you didn't have to spend another 14 months reading 138 pages of fine print. And I think that's what Michelle and Ignacio and Brett and all the other people on this thing. And what I really want you to think about is the fact that we did a pretty good job with the engineering as much as we could. We had 2 engineers on this thing who you all recommended, one of whom has been extensively involved in the undergrounding. The other, Servando, has been involved in everything. Secondly, and this is an important thing to bear in mind, almost a year ago, at least last summer, we dragged, politely, we demanded that the village manager and the head of the Public Works Department get inside of all of this because they had to be the quality control and quality assurance on what you want. Because if because it's their job, I'm sorry Ed isn't here, it's their job to really determine whether you want a 2-phase or 3-phase transformer, or whether you want 4-inch or 5-inch stuff, that over a 5 or 6 year period, Andrea and Jake will, and probably a cast of many, are going to have to go over those kinds of details before you even let the first contract. We were trying to help set it up for the big picture. And I would like to comment on a couple of things that have been discussed extensively for purposes of even understanding what we were thinking we wanted to, if we could, suggest to the council, and we believe is within the concept of what the village manager might like to do. Probably the main one I want to say is that all of discussion on the design build versus CMA, whatever, I think there were close to maybe 10 out of the 7 people on the task force didn't see why you couldn't do design build if in fact FPL is going to do the design. Once we learned that there was no independent designers here, that, you know, you're going to turn this over to FPL and they're going to hand you a nice package to put in the ground, what was the point of spending extra money for all of this? That, we spent a lot of time on that to lay it out. And I think Councilman London is absolutely right. There's no point in spending the kind of money when somebody else like FPL is designing it. Whether FPL owns the lines or not, I've always assumed that if it's outside my house, the power company always owns the lines. Now, whether that's right, what they do with it, I have no idea. And that was a couple of things. I think we had a lot of informal discussions with the village staff and manager about when you get down to a lot of these costs that are built into this proposal, all legitimate from a from a planning point of view, I think they have a lot of experience that's suggested in terms of contractors, in terms of pricing, in terms of costs and so forth. They thought that there obviously would be a substantial really saving on the process because they knew what they were doing. I did not know, for example, that all the materials that you get, all right, all the materials you buy come from FPL or FPL approved vendors. You don't have a lot of choice with that either. And that's an important thing for you to be knowing as you look at this, however you shape it, what are we going to do? On the matter of the soil, all right? Now, honestly, Petros, I don't know that answer exactly. But the night it came up, I said, I don't know. We've got Jose Lopez sitting in an office over there, and we've got this nice woman, Kat, who runs this machinery, and she seems to know everything about anything when it comes to our property and what you can do, what you can't do, and when you're going to get water and so forth. So I just can't imagine that the sophistication of the village of Key Biscayne requires extensive soil testing to put some more wires in. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I just had the sense that the way this whole thing developed, our consultants didn't quite have the opportunity to really see what the skills and abilities were of our own internal staff on many of these issues. There was another one I wanted to point out if I can. Well, I think, oh yes. Then there's the matter of how much of this is undergrounded and not. I will leave this task force bewildered as to why we keep getting a conflict. To my knowledge, at least, when you come out of that substation underground, it goes to the Commodore Club. It goes to the Island House. It goes to Key Colony. It goes to Grand Bay. It goes to most of Ocean Club. That is, I think, the very big buildings. It goes to the towers. And I'm presuming it now goes to Oceana. And all you have to do is take a look at that map and take a look at that whole huge area of the eastern part of Cranston, and you will see that huge amount is undergrounded. Forget about Cape Florida, which is other pieces. Quebec, some of the people in Ocean Club in the houses and smaller buildings may not be off of that cable. I have pity every day for the mayor who has nothing. He has nothing but wires to live with because he's on the side of Ocean Lane Drive in a very nice condo that just never wired itself. But, you know, you've asked that question before. I think it's a legitimate question. I think you deserve a legitimate answer. And I just find it very frustrating that we're still trying to figure out, is it one building or 12, when the answer is pretty clear for purposes of what you have to do, okay? You know, God forbid somebody will find a wire someplace, and so they'll spend $5,000 fixing it. That's not a $5 million hole, okay? Now, I've said enough for one afternoon or one evening. I come to you because, again, our 7 people considered ourselves as your resources, as your staff. And it is extraordinarily frustrating that over all of this time, we still haven't had a chance to kind of sit down with you and listen to what you want to ask and tell you what we learned. That doesn't mean you're not going to go do something else. But we have thought about it in the context of living, you know, I've lived in this village a good part of my adult life. I know what it was like in 1970, and I know what it was like in 1948. So I get it. And I think that it behooves all of us, or at least we are somewhat frustrated at being unable to have the kind of dialogue we should have, because good, bad, or indifferent, we have 14, 18 months worth of stuff that came at us at all these meetings. And a lot of us absorbed it, and a lot of us had very deep questions, including virtually all of those you're asking today, because they are very legitimate questions, and to some extent, it's frustrating because they still haven't been answered. So that's all I wanted to say. I do not come here being critical of Kimley Horn. I think that they put together the kind of a plan that typically you would put together. I think we were, in fact, appointed as a form of an advisory committee to them. I think we advised them far more than they wish we had, but because we weren't bashful. But, you know, I think the product that you're looking at is a reasonable product if you're going to do undergrounding here. The one piece I forgot to mention is that somebody asked, was it aesthetic only? And I think that's a very legitimate question because up front, the question was, why is this being driven faster than the roads or whatever? And the answer very clearly was, if we don't do it now, the big concrete poles and so forth and so on will be sprouting down where the homes are, and they are very not pretty, they're very ugly, and once that's done, your chance of undergrounding is killed. And so the question was, FPL will give us X amount of time, several years, to get the underground going, and they won't put the big poles on. If we don't do it, they will put the big poles on. If you're asking me as an engineer or technically, does it matter in terms of a storm? Is there a real difference between these, 40-foot concrete things and an underground system? I can't say that. I don't know enough to say that there is. I have a sense that that would be a matter of a lot of choices. A lot of it being how much money do you want to put in to your aesthetic side of the safety. Clearly, you have to harden it one way or another. The cables and wires that are there now will not be suitable, so something has to be done with them. And that is all I have to say. Now, do you have any questions for me?
May I? Oh, go ahead, Mayor.
I'm going to lead off this one. You mentioned interacting the board, and it's a valid point that the task force interacting with us. I think that's you know, that's a good starting, not starting point, but a continuation, because there's a lot of questions that we have gone over questions before on the task force that are now, we're representing those questions. And I feel like, not that things have shifted, but we need to be concrete on a lot of these answers. And I want this to move. I want us to be making decisions and moving forward, because you did do a lot of work and you were up here for a long time, and it's Fisher cut bait time.
Our desire was really to make it easier for you to make the decision you have to make by getting information that you could rely on.
But I think it's a good idea for us to interact. And I don't know what the procedure is on that. I know there was talk about, you know, one-on-ones, but I think maybe, and I want some buy-in here from the council, but maybe we all sit down. Maybe we tried to do that one time, and it was really more of a question and answer with our, you can't hear me? Really?
No, it's the television, I think.
All right, sorry. But
I'm sorry.
The point is, we need, I would like to see us, you're right, to your point, I would like to hear this, and so I would, yeah, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, I will come to you, but
Okay.
I was trying to answer his question when I come up here.
I wanted to ask you first, but
I'm sorry.
I don't have if it's okay, I don't have a question for him. I just want to respond to the mayor.
Yeah, that's
Mayor. I completely agree with what you said. Honestly, that was part of the reason why I wanted to amend the ordinance to extend the task force, because officially or unofficially, they're about to sunset upon the
acceptance of the master plan as a final.
Upon the acceptance of the master plan, which is not today, but maybe the next meeting. As Mr. Ellisberg just said, and as yourself and Councilmember Moss can attest, the task force is a wealth of knowledge simply because they're the ones that spent the most time on this. I think it would be a waste to let it sunset and disband them when there's still a lot of advice and insight that they can give us, the council, and the residents. So, and in furtherance of what you said, we definitely need more workshops, whatever you want to call them. So I think we need to extend that.
Okay. Councilmember Laredo?
Well, Don, you might have been following my constant insistence that we need to improve our communications internally, and so I start by thanking you. Maybe I contract you to do a little bit more communication because you put things, I always admire somebody who can succinctly, first of all, do their homework like you have. So when you speak, because we all have a right to our opinions, but we do not have the right to the facts. And so I congratulate you on the work you've done. And let me just, because I'm very clear, very direct, and on the record. I don't do chats. I don't do any of the other stuff.
Good for you.
If it's lost as to the utility undergrounding board and or the consultant, I think most of us, we are deeply, profoundly thankful for the thankless job that you undertaken. And you brought us to today. You know, you highlighted, you volunteer for free. I will highlight to my fellow citizens that we're volunteers and we work for free. And on your behalf and on our behalf, so that we are clear, we're not, what I am a stickler for, because in business and in politics, it's taught me that I like to have processes. And I think part of the reason we have this gap in communication is that it's time that we take control of this process directly so that we can now speak and from experience. I will tell you that these authorities, FPNL, AT&T, and all of that, because I regulate and they will work and advise consultants, but they have a higher level of commitment when it's elected officials and their managers. It's a game changer. They give you concrete answers. You can negotiate with them. It doesn't mean that the consultants are not good. It means that that's the nature of our system. So I have been insistent on process that this be the final report, that it would trigger it. You know, just because it's a committee doesn't mean that the 7 members cannot come as citizens and have these kind of discussions. It does not have to be in the format. You know, we had a resolution. I'm a stickler for the law. It says that a final report is expended, it should disband. Mind you, in the candor that always characterizes me, but just so we're clear, and I know is, I do not want to continue to engage anymore. The blueprint you're giving us is excellent, the consultants through you. I will not pay any more taxpayers' money, not 1 cent more, not 1 cent more of the hard-earned money of these citizens for further consulting. It doesn't mean that they were bad. It means that we need to take control of that, and we do it for free, and we have a very capable administration that works for all of you through us. So what I'm trying to get them a little frustrated is to get the process back where it belongs, with us, so we can ask the questions directly. Bring all 7 of you here or jointly, whether under the title of a board or not, or as individual citizens that you are, and give us now that kind of input. But we keep having to go through a third party, and I've had it. Let's just communicate and disagree agreeably. But let's get the facts right.
I get it. That's over my pay grade.
No, I think.
But I also want to say that I am here, I'm sure, on behalf of my other 6 colleagues, okay? Don't think this is just Don Ellisberg standing up here and saying something that the other 6 people would not agree with.
But I think that's the point. I think I want to get them in front of us so we can speak to them.
Yeah, and we know them by first name. They're friends of us. We appointed them.
But I think going to your comments about process, and I think this could have been communicated earlier and better, but it was my understanding after we got this presentation at our next meeting that we would also have the utility task force coming before us to officially present, and we can accept this plan, and that was the last step that was happening.
Can I add, in the interim, we each had a person from the task force, I think. I know I did. I have spoken a lot to my person. He probably doesn't really want to talk to me anymore. Well, we assigned somebody to each of you. But take advantage of that in the interim, of asking, because when they're all here, we'll have questions that will have the benefit of different people's perceptions. But we can only do what we can do.
But I think that officially needs to happen for the...
You're right in what you just said. I got up with the mayor's permission because I felt that some of the discussion that had taken place here tonight was going to skew everybody's thinking by the time we got up there. And if I could make some adjustments or suggest some issues tonight, you wouldn't be chewing on yourselves waiting for the next meeting where we'd have to go down the list of corrections. The one I like the best still is the design build, because I think that's probably the biggest ticket item.
And for me, he will be my biggest consultant. On education, I'll turn to the vice mayor, because the only thing I know for sure is what I don't know. And I have a humility, so what I wanted to, because we're getting lost in the language, when I say final, is, as he highlighted when Mr. London asked, our consultancy, if this is not, quote, their final report, we would have additional charges. And I think this is very good report. From here, it should be ours, free consulting services through our manager and our own time, and them who will come here for free and tell us what they learned. That's why, I'm not targeting in the ordinance. I'm just trying to get us disciplined in terms of following the ordinance.
My excuse?
Yes, certainly. Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought you had one more comment. Councilmember Moss.
I will tell you that from my experience working for the United States Senate for many years, the only time you can say a report is really final is when it's come from the government printing office bound in buckram. Then maybe it's final unless somebody amends it.
Exactly. Thank you, sir. Thank you for everything you guys did. I really appreciate the task force.
I wanted to understand this a little bit more. We're not on an hourly basis with Kimley Horn, are we? I think we have a contract that they deliver this to us, and if we...
Meetings were, as I recall...
There was a substantial amount. If you saw the answer to my colleague to my left as to budget, it included some fees for participating and making presentations. Is that correct, Mr. Lunda?
Madam Manager? Well,
Okay, but we
let's
don't
get-
have to ask for another presentation, but we can give them feedback and they can come back with a document. I mean, we paid for it. If we're not comfortable with it, we can't just leave it like that. I mean, we have to look at the contract, what it says, but, you know, I still
necessarily a
think.
presentation,
It
or?
doesn't have to be a presentation, but I think we need to have our feedback in this. Some of these questions that we want to be answered, you know, if we paid for it, we do it. But if it's going to charge us extra, then that's another concern that we have to look at, and you
I've
may
got
be
two
right.
more
but we have
questions
to
from
look
the
at that.
audience. Should we take those and then move on with our conversation? I allowed people to speak. I've got two more people who signed up. Haim Badash.
All right. First of all, I agree with Donald for the first time in my life, I think. And I agree because the task force did a great job, and they also did arrive to a great conclusion. And I hope you take that into consideration as well. The conclusion was very clear about everything that needs to be done. That's number one. Second, the frustration that the task force experiences is because a councilman here said to one of the task force members that we got your job, thank you very much, we're going to take it from here. He just said that in the beginning of this meeting. And now he's talking to Mr. Ellsberg and telling him, of course, we appreciate your job. We support you doing everything you did.
I'm sorry, Mr. Badash, is there a question for them?
Yes,
Okay.
I will.
Public comments.
The guy in front of me talked for now 25 minutes.
Well, that's because he was the
interrupting.
vice chair of the task force.
So what?
So he was the vice
All
chair of the
right,
task
I'm
force.
almost done. So the point is that if you want to appreciate the task force work, then you should be consistent about it, and you also should respect their conclusions. Now, I want to try to arrive to some sort of value proposition here. Mr. Segorola mentioned before that aside from the aesthetic value of this project, there's some other elements that could be qualified, such as how many outages are there and how long they are, and what's the difference between them and the flooding situations. And then if we can qualify this, maybe we can come to some numbers and put a price tag on every minute or maybe every hour of how much can we improve these things, the shortages of outages. So Mr. Olin here said that he doesn't have the information. And then Mr. Loreto said that he already have the proof that it does work and there is benefits that can be measured. So I don't know who knows more, Mr. Loreto or the consultant. So if I can bring this conversation back to the basic of where we can discuss business and try to figure out what is the value of every penny that you're trying to put into this business, into this project, and how much time and how much outages you're going to save for every dollar is going to help us as a businessman, like Ed here, to determine if it's worth it or not.
Thank you. Louisa Conway.
Good evening. I just had a couple
State your name,
questions.
address, please.
Sorry. Louisa Conway, 151 Crandon. I had a question for, I'm not sure if we asked the consultant, but what would it cost FPL to do overhead hardening if we didn't pursue this? Because that's the one number we haven't heard. So if you take our community, let's say we didn't do anything, how much exactly would it cost them to do this? And then the other question I had was on that map that went up and the directly undergrounded properties, I was curious exactly if any work, any type of work will be done on the directly undergrounded properties. Is there going to be any upgrades for them if we pursue this project? So I'm obviously talking about this side, the east side of Crandon. That was on the map, that was blue, just to have a better understanding of that. And then as this process develops, I think one thing that would be really helpful for all of us to understand is that $17 million that's going to FPL. What exactly, because I was missing that in the presentation. I wasn't quite understanding exactly what it is that they're doing for us. Are they doing just the design and then we do all the construction? They just hand off some blueprints to us and then we follow it like map? I have no idea. But I think it'd be beneficial to the community as we discuss this, exactly what this means for them, because it sounds like, from what I've researched, is that they own these systems. So they're the only ones that make money off of this. It'd be great if, for us as a community to understand that, if this is something that we're going to pursue and if this is something we're going to pay. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Ashley Trope.
Ashley Trope, 1121 Crandon, apartment D602. The question I have is they put up the optional expenses, and they look to be, I didn't get a chance to add it all up, but they look to be as much as the cost of the project. In fact, it looks like it was closer to $100 million if you add all those options in than it does to 50 million. Could you expound on that? What exactly is going on with those optional costs, and how many of them are likely, and what of them aren't likely, and what is the final total going to be?
Okay, we can talk. Yeah, you want to talk? I mean, I have no problem. When we formed the task force, we started talking about wish lists, items that we thought would be good projects. If we're going to do something in this village, let's not be doing a construction project and not start thinking about other things. So there are things on that list. One of them is about raising the roads. That's not happening. At least currently, that's not proposed to go forward because of problems with flooding of properties. I think the stormwater drainage, which is already a project underway in a couple of places, we've got an initial program around the school. But there are certain programs that were sort of our wish lists as the task force that we just put out there, and they came back to us with prices. But that's what that is. Those are optional, means optional. And they're not.
Further clarification, maybe, because words are so important as we're trying to learn how to better communicate with you all. These are not wish lists like we just thought about wish lists. Right. These are needs of this community. These are, we struggle with how we best invest your money, not spend your money. And I'll have the intellectual and financial discussion with the gentleman whenever he wants in my private hours, and there's a substantial difference. And I'm not, but I want you to understand that that was the purpose, that if we have some needs,
that's right,
that you have needs, is it a cost-benefit analysis, rationally calm people thinking that we can do it all together? Because if you think you're mad now, whether you lose or win on your funding, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to predict how mad you're going to be when we start construction, when your street is dirty, when you're, it's part of construction. People think, well, things just happen. Well, they have to dig holes, they have to prevent. And then so we were thinking, or the previous council was thinking, because I'm only here 3 months or so, that if we had other needs, can we package it and save money? Mm-hmm. Save money and save time and save inconvenience and save the beauty of our community and make it all better at the end. So it's not wish list.
That's right.
It is a hard decision to be efficient.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. We're gonna move on. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's the previous because that's why important people get informed. If we do nothing, the previous speaker, FPNL pays. We don't have to pay anything.
That's right.
If you don't get that this late in the process.
No. She
point
she wanted
was
to know what that amount was.
What was the
but it doesn't cost you anything.
No.
The point. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it is meant to go towards the cost of our project as well. Like they will give us credit
That
for the
is
amount.
Right. That was the second part of my explanation. These things, Florida Power and Light is a monopoly. That is the right that we give them, and they're regulated not by us, or the Florida Public Service Commission, which has its mandate from the legislature. That's why we're following 2 bills that are in the legislature now. So their regulations which we have to abide by, it gives us that 25% credit. That's the answer to your question. That 25% credit you see in the budget, that's what it is. But if we do nothing, irrespective of whether spend $100 million or $50 million or $10, it doesn't affect your pocket. They will just do it. It's part of their obligation because they have a monopoly. I hope I explained that to you.
No,
Thank you.
actually asking, what are we saving now?
Okay. Yeah, we're not going to have a back and forth. We're good on this.
But I guess you didn't understand.
All right. Anything else from council on this?
No, sir.
Councilmember,
No, I was just going to to we're going to jump into Segurola's item?
yeah, well,
Yes,
that's
I guess so, yeah.
if we're next. Or
Last
council,
comment. Going forward, what I would suggest for got to be the 10th, 15th time over the last 6 years, is that we contact all underground utility contractors in the state of Florida, tell them we're going to go underground, we're going to build underground. Are they interested in getting involved with us? If they are, talk to them, find out if they design build people, find out if they want to give us unit price based on what we have today as far as the master plan, and have some better idea where we're going than have an estimate, even though Kimley Horn has done a good job, picked these numbers from different places and everything else. There's nothing like getting contractors who are going to do the work to give you an idea so you know where you're going. And that's what I suggest before we spend another dollar on doing anything with Kimley Horn.
And can I make a comment real quick? Oh, sorry. I just very quickly, I think legal and our manager I think it's a great idea. We just need to make sure that if we do go through that process, that we don't push anybody out of the ability to bid because we've been talking to them ahead of time. So if you guys can take
And
a
I
look
have
at how to do
been
that.
in the process of getting myself educated, reaching out to those people who are doing it, and their response, and I've communicated to the attorney, and this is as long as we are delighted to speak to you, as long as we don't get disqualified. So once we take possession, it brings it to the highest level. My final comment, my biggest criticism of this report. Are you ready for it, Mayor?
Bring it.
If you take to any, if you go to
The colors,
if
right?
you go to any picture, you see Harvard Lane. Do you see Harbor Lane? Having owned a house.
What page are you on?
Well, just pick page 53. You see that little? Well, since I was a proud property owner there for a lot of years of a house, that's Harbor Court.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Harbor Court. So consultant, I read your report.
So we should not pay Kimley Horn their
We
fees.
should get a rebate.
But I don't understand. Mine says Harbor Court.
Well, see, we got different.
And I have another one that says Harbor Lane.
Where's Harbor Court?
In the red.
Oh, but depending on which one you look at.
Oh,
The point is, there's a degrading of my former house that I own in that property.
Are you sure you know where
I
your
want to make
former
that on the
house
record.
Are you going to the wrong house all those years?
You're a pain in the ass, you know that? You really are.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Then we're going to do next steps right now. Okay, so let's talk about it. I think we've got an April 9th meeting. Let's keep going on this.
If I may make a suggestion.
Excuse me.
I believe that it's pretty obvious. I'm very happy because I think we're finally getting there with being up to speed where we need to be. But I think it's painfully obvious that there's still a lot to be discussed. And that's before we even get into how to pay for this thing. The biggest enemy right now is time. I think we would want to be as efficient with time as possible while we continue this process. At the very least, I think we need at least one more workshop where the numbers are going to be discussed. And that can't happen yet because the numbers are not ready yet. My understanding is they'll be ready in a week or two at the earliest.
What numbers are you talking about?
The numbers with regard to the special assessment and the millage. They're being run right now. where everybody will actually know what they would pay under.
We don't know what the project's going to be.
Yeah,
Right.
let's wait until
Well,
we figure that out.
this is based on the projected numbers, on the estimates, on the estimates, just to get an idea.
I don't think we're
I
there.
think, though, that we as a body should really have an opportunity to look at the methodology and see if there's any,
That's-
before we start talking about what it's
I completely,
going to
that's part,
actually cost.
that's part of the process of the numbers, because you need the numbers in order to explain how you got there, what the formula is.
You probably are right because you know more about this, but I have questions based on the brief presentation we had because the guy was late that are like well before I know anything about what it costs.
I completely agree. That's the problem. The guy got here late. We missed
I
probably.
think there was a lot of problems. There was probably should have been its own workshop in and of itself.
That is
it
what
should have been a presentation.
Well,
to
hold
council.
on. Let's focus on the first decision we have to make. We got to make this linear. We got to keep it linear. First decision is, are we going to move forward with undergrounding utilities? Okay, so that's and then we decide. Okay, do we want to move forward with undergrounding? I'm not saying are we going to, but do we want to? Okay, yes, we want to. Now, how are we going to finance it?
That's what I'm about to explain. There's the issue, once you decide you're going to underground, the next logical step, the question is, how are you going to pay for it? That's going to take a while, because there's a lot of information, as Councilmember McCormick just said, that needs its own workshop. Once you decide to underground, the next step is for the mayor to start the process.
Manager.
I'm sorry, the mayor, the manager.
Just want to be
to
clear.
start
I get enough emails. I don't need more.
The manager to start the process of the survey and the binding cost estimate from FPL, correct? Now, that step costs approximately $350,000.
Yeah, no.
That money's already been budgeted. It's already been set aside by the previous council and previous budgets. So while we go down that route of exploring everything we need to explore, the manager can start that process. That takes approximately 12 to 14 months.
Right.
So basically, she can start doing that with money that's already been budgeted and set aside for that purpose, while we continue our own process with everything else.
But I think, did we not decide to continue down that road already?
No, we have not authorized the manager to go ahead and start that with FPL. That was brought up at the last meeting, I think, by myself, and it was tabled. So the next step is to tell the manager, go.
I make a motion that we authorize the manager to engage FPL in the next step with expenditure of $350,000.
Second.
With the ceiling. Yeah, and yes, to clear the record, the people are here. We, even though it's a preliminary decision, we unanimously voted 7-0 last week or last meeting that we would move forward.
I have a quick question about the surveying.
Okay.
Does that include stuff that could be done in-house? We've had some discussions up here about information that may be sitting within our framework. And is this step, or is this surveying everything outside of our village's capabilities?
Excuse me, my motion is just for FP&L, for their bid. It has nothing to do with hiring anybody else for surveying.
But it's surveying.
No.
No,
mine is hiring
It's not data
FP&L. I don't know what the
collection.
cost of surveying.
Okay.
I don't know engaging, but engaging FP&L to do their thing so we can move forward, not to
Right, but
exceed
the confusion
$350,000.
comes from your motion. I'm going to ask you about the $350,000. I'm not ready to
I
vote
said
for
not
it.
to exceed
But why,
$350,000.
to her question, maybe, why would we need to authorize anything? We already, she's on our payroll. She didn't.
You have to authorize her to spend the money. That's what we're doing.
But why spend what money? On whom? She can do it herself.
No,
she does not authority.
It's
Something we have to pay FPL.
pay FPL for.
That's right.
FPL provides us with a survey and a binding cost estimate of what the work they're going to do. That's the first step.
That's my motion.
Josh.
To clarify, FPL won't provide a binding cost estimate until they are given a survey of.
So the survey has to
area.
be part of it. That's part of the 350?
Yeah, it's both things is my understanding, right, Madam Manager?
Yes.
And can we provide
The survey come from? I mean, we provide the
We
survey
have a
to
surveyor
FPL.
on our team who would do that work
Okay.
as part of an
Is
additional.
that part of your $500,000 contract?
No, that's the next phase. That's a detailed design
So
phase.
we can go out and take other bids for surveyors and get a price to do the job before we hire them. We're not obligated to hire them, are we?
Your motion, if I may clarify, is to begin the process, and any one time we can reverse it, because I'm not comfortable with a blank check of 350. Is that the spirit of
Not
your?
a blank check.
Well,
A
okay,
blank
we'll
check.
call it what you
You
made.
don't you just made the statement for Louise.
Don't negotiate
that
with.
FP&L is a monopoly, and they do what they want.
Right.
And they're going to tell us it's going to cost us $322,000, and we're going to have to pay them $322,000, right? And if they say it's 240, so I said not to exceed 350 because that's what we have budgeted.
And so they will do the work?
But I want
That's what I'm
clarification.
confused
Does
about.
that 350 include the survey?
It includes their work for the survey.
Yeah. Well,
No, hold on. Oh,
But
does
does
that
not
include your
include-
work?
Manager,
Guys,
you
wait.
jump in at a time.
Does it include your work on the survey, or is your work?
Yeah, that number, it would include survey, it would include the fees paid to FPL to prepare the binding cost estimate. And I'm not saying it's going to be 350. I don't know where that number came from, but we would prepare a proposal to do that.
Where did the 350 come from?
I believe that was budgeted previously.
If I may, Mayor.
By
Yeah,
previous council.
please. No, let's let the manager speak on this.
So I think we're clear on direction. The next step is to proceed with the survey and the FPL. To the extent that the village has data available for the survey, we will obviously provide that to make sure that we, can be as cost effective as possible. I do believe there are certain agreements that we would need to put in place. So I would suggest that at the next meeting, we can come back with a recommendation on what these two pieces look like, what the cost would be, and whatever agreements are required, and make a formal recommendation with a resolution authorizing those steps.
That's a lot
When you
clearer.
say we, it's you.
Yes, sir?
Okay.
Then the motion, wait, stop.
It's great motion.
Okay,
With that
okay.
clarification.
That's my motion of clarification. But when it comes to surveying, I am recommending that we take bids from different surveyors for the project to do the work that FPL needs, period. And bring back the bids to us as soon as you get them.
So we'll look at the agreement that is in place, see what flexibility we have, and come back with the most cost-effective,
Perfect.
timely
Yes, that's all.
solution.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So that's the direction from council. We all in agreement on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, anybody disagree with that? Speak now for hold your peace.
I have a quick question.
Wait, the village clerk wants.
I apologize. Councilmember London made a motion. If I can have a second, or if
Second.
You already had a
or
second.
withdraw.
Councilmember
I second
Laredo
it.
All
seconded.
those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Councilmember Moss, then Councilmember Petros.
Just real quick, the surveying, is that the same as the data collection that we would have to do in the design phase? Or they're different?
That is right, that is the surveying as part of the design phase.
All right, and then I think that in what I understood is that the way you phase the project, if it ever ends up being phased or not, that the data collection would happen per phase. How do you then get the cost from FPL if they're asking for everything up front?
It would be per phase. So
per phase, we would get a binding estimate from FPL per phase.
For the phase that you're getting ready to engage in, yes.
Do you see any issues of us doing the whole thing so we know what the cost is going to be, a better understanding of the cost?
The only issue I have with that is that between now and when you do phase 4, or whatever the phases may be at the time, it could be 6 years down the road, and things may have changed.
So you just increase a little bit of risk and possibility something might have changed. Okay.
Yes.
And if I may add to that, I think the survey would be useful for some of the other wish list items and some of the other projects we need. So to the extent we can have the data ourselves, or to engage it, we'll be strategic and thoughtful in how we structure this.
And Madam, it's not a wish list.
Okay.
It's a need list.
Fair enough. No, I get the point is well taken that it is. It shouldn't be, because wish list sounds sounds frivolous. It sounds like things that we don't necessarily, and I agree with you. We use the term, and I think it's more apt to say it's a need list. It's things that we should be doing in the village. Whether we do them because of costs and other situations is a different story. So
I also suggest we check to see what surveying was done when we put the sewer lines in.
Right. We'll look at all existing records.
So just a quick note, the binding cost estimate would be an $85,000 charge from FPL. Anything above and beyond that is for the data gathering.
All right, great.
One other question or comment to the manager. If we go ahead and do this data collection now, and we know that maybe towards the end of the project, it might be farther out and things might have changed. We have, our Public Works Department is keeping a record of what's happening out in the public right-of-ways, right? So if something changes, they will be able to interact with our data and make sure that it's updated so that we don't run into higher risk.
Yeah, and so our goal at this point, we've invested a lot in our GIS system and in other systems that we've been working on since I've been here. So whatever we collect from now moving forward would be institutionalized and be available and accessible for years to come. And with regard to I think with the $85,000 benchmark for FPL, it's reasonable to say that if new information comes up and the survey data is updated, a fraction of that would be spent to update the binding cost estimate, and I'm sure we can manage that with FPL.
Thank you.
Mike?
All right.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember Petros.
In addition to this, I would also like to request that we officially have the utility task force come give us a presentation at the next meeting.
Yes, I agree.
So
I think that's absolutely, and I would also say too, I don't know if it was your point or Councilmember Moss, but I think we should all be talking to whomever we were tasked with talking to. And I pity the person who's got Councilmember London, but somebody had to do it. But we need to move this forward and have our conversations. It was yours? I apologize. It was yours. You're right. I apologize to the Vice Mayor.
May I also suggest we start thinking down the line that whenever the numbers are ready from the consultant, we start thinking about the next workshop where everything can be analyzed about the numbers.
No,
so
look,
just keep it in mind.
Always keep it in mind. Everything, believe me.
Hopefully it will be within the next month. I mean, by the end of April, maybe, if that's some sort of tentative goal. But
I'm very confused. When we use the word consultant, you're not referring to them.
No.
Okay, so this is an additional consultant that comes under the $600,000 contract?
No, this is Habib.
I know, if Habib.
Isaac. He's Raftelis, different company.
Right, and we already paid. So for the purposes of today,
he's been paid for.
Right, but this is the report here. It's
That's
taken,
different.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a different.
The other one is still their final report is still not here because he showed up late.
That's right.
Well, no.
Another reason, updating. I'm sorry.
Correct. He's still working on the numbers, but he did show up late at the last meeting.
And so
this time we'll get him here the day before.
Will he have it by the 9th, the 19th for the matter?
Well, no, whenever it is.
I don't know about the day before. Do we have to pay for that hotel?
Okay.
Too?
Thank you. Thank you.
To not run
Josh,
the risk.
thank you all for all the time you've put in. We really appreciate it. And thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember.
No, it's fine with your presentation, but I would like to see the consultant that did the special assessment methodology, that we hired them to go do that specifically. I'd like to see them present their information prior to us establishing a workshop to deal with all the financial, because they've only been hired to look at one method.
That's right.
So that needs to be independent. It can't happen at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. If I may, I completely agree with you, but I believe he is also the one that's putting together the information on the millage.
I don't think he was hired. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So in the Raftelis report, they did add in the model, they're dropping in the taxable values and the millage allocation. So that's one component of that work.
Yeah. Well, he had it as part of his work. He wasn't tasked with that.
Right, but because you can extrapolate the information from that one.
But there's more that goes into that.
There's more that goes
in. We got to be careful.
The hybrid system, that's a completely different issue, and that's something to explore. But once his report is finished, then I think we can go on from there.
Yeah. Okay.
He also, sorry, joking aside, if he does come in advance, I think we've all found it useful when we're going to have a lot of questions, when we have opportunities to meet with our consultants like we did. I don't know if you all took advantage of it, but I met with the beach people prior to the workshop and was able to kind of talk some things through and get some wheels turning. So before not together, obviously.
Right. I'm sure that could be worked out. The only hiccup I see is that his contract has already been set with the number of visits he's going to make here. Another visit, I believe, is covered by the contract.
No, not another visit.
At the same time.
You suggested having him come the day before so he doesn't have a
so one
flight
after
delay.
the other, the same day or
just
something?
that day.
Then that would just be scheduling.
Yeah, not another visit.
Sure.
No.
It's a longer visit.
Mayor,
we just use his time that we're paying for him to be here.
Right. So for clarification, the next step is to have the task force present on the April 9th meeting, or to have Raftellus deliver their report when it's ready, and if so, in what format?
We want the task force, and correct me if I'm wrong, we want the task force here on the 9th, and then Raftellus.
I mean, if they're available, the 9th would be fine with that, too.
It's a lot.
Yeah, well, yeah, and Raftellus would have to come in from California unless
Right.
you want him on the phone. So I think
I want him here.
That might be better as a separate workshop.
Yeah, I think that's a separate workshop toward the end of April or beginning of May.
Correct.
Because that's a big one.
Yeah.
You know, the special
There's gonna
assessment, I
be
want to
a
go
lot
through
of
that,
questions.
and a lot of people, I mean, obviously, there's support in the community for it, and we have to vet it, and I want to.
I would like to understand it.
Right.
Just for the manager's sake, then, the task force at the next meeting and Raftellus to be determined end of April, beginning of May.
As a special call that's actionable, or a workshop for discussion?
Say it again?
As a special meeting that's actionable, or as a workshop?
No, his would be a workshop because we would only focus on Raftellus at that point. That
Okay.
Raftellus special assessment would be the only methodology we would discuss at that point, because it is, I mean, there's a lot of pieces to that we have to go through. And, but it has to be its own thing, and then we can bring them all in later on when we make our final determination.
That makes sense.
Okay? Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's the sense, just a sense, we don't need a vote or a debate, that we're beginning the process, formally or informally, of shifting the responsibility to us.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
As of today.
Absolutely.
And her.
No question.
Professional.
Will we officially?
And then we close out all the details of the next consultant.
I agree, but
Okay.
shifting from who to.
From having the consultants running it to having
Yeah.
us run it.
To us.
Yes, absolutely.
So she's empowered to take the sense of what we're doing.
No
and
question.
Move the ball forward.
Okay.
Next item, Mayor, is
Yeah.
the consent
Yeah, yeah.
agenda.
Okay, the consent agenda.
Move. I move it. Thanks.
Well,
I wanted to.
Yeah, I was about to
pull-
say, does anybody want to pull anything?
Pulled C?
I do want to pull the meetings minutes because I want to make a brief comment on that. I wanted to pull the communications director resolution.
Okay, that's C.
Yep.
You want to pull
I
A, you
second
want to
it.
pull C? Anybody else?
And I wanted to pull E too, just
And E.
to have a quick question to everybody.
Okay, so they're pulled.
Okay, all right.
Go.
The first item would be the February 26, 2019 minutes.
That's correct. Well, we have, let's get through the consent agenda
No,
first.
that- I
No,
don't-
she wants to
okay.
talk about what
No,
is it
B
that
and D are
Okay.
still on the consent
good.
agenda, so let's
Move
have
it.
a
I
vote.
move the B and-
Second on the consent agenda.
Well, usually, if you pull the items are heard prior to the consent agenda. So if we can.
Okay, fine,
I
let's do that.
apologize.
No worries.
Maybe give a second. People probably want to go.
Give me a minute.
Do about the minutes.
The
What's-
minutes, I just wanted to add in your discussion about the dog park bags.
What page?
Tab 2.
I don't know what page right now, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, the minutes and stuff.
Are they sitting
That's all
here?
right.
Hold on.
I trust you. Don't look it up. It's all right. Go ahead.
I'll
Sorry.
find them.
Sorry, Katie.
The one thing that we mentioned that I think is important to note here is that those bags that the village currently uses are biodegradable, because that's not reflected in our minutes, and that's something that our community cares about. So I would like to
We
just
be-
add that.
Can we be as specific as Jake was, though, that it's not biodegradable, like that it goes in a landfill and biodegrades, but I believe that Jake told us they are collected separately, specially, and burned. They're combustible. And it's important to note if we're going to get it right, because if we start putting other articles of trash in those dog waste containers, it will contaminate what they have in there and their ability to incinerate it.
So Jenny, maybe we can you can listen to what Jake said about it and then add that so
My-
that we
my
have that
description
back. That's
wasn't
all
good
I
enough.
wanted to add.
In mine,
You
I
didn't
just
like
want,
mine?
I did.
Madam Clerk, I can't find it, but on my report on art in public places, please clarify that I did it on behalf of the Art in Public Places Committee, following the mandate and standard set by the Vice Mayor that they do a formal.
Would you do in the minutes?
Yeah, it's somewhere in the minutes, but it's missing that language. I can't find it.
The 5th of the 26th?
Yeah, this is the 26th. Because I actually turned in a paper their report that was drafted kindly by Frank Kaplan, who was a previous liaison. That's all. It's just a small little, that complies with their report, quarterly report.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I move it as amended then.
Well
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving an agreement with Fernandez Media Relations Consulting, Inc. for interim communications director services, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
I move to defer.
Okay,
Or-
my reason for asking this to be pulled was because I think we need to think of this broader. This may be a finite thing that should happen specifically for the event coming up, but that as we were talking about putting a full-time communications director in place, but we have sort of bifurcated communication.
Right.
And I think we need to discuss as a council, as a body, when does communication go through us via the clerk and versus through the manager? Because when we changed clerks, when Jenny was hired, we expanded and updated her job description. And there's a large part of that that has to do with communication.
Right.
So we need to have this discussion about how we see communication going forward. And then I think we can make decisions about specific communication initiatives.
So the motion is to defer.
But you don't have a second. There you go.
Only because, so that
Okay.
you know, colleagues, since we can, most people in public, again, I keep saying things that you should know, we can't speak to each other.
Right.
So we communicate through third parties. This is the only time, that's why we talk so long here, it's the only time. I share my concerns with the manager, and she's hasn't her ideas. You can talk about it today or later. But I think it's a very on point what you're saying, 100%, that we need to look at this instead of just passing a contract. The scope of work I read, and you know, so I would vote for defer in light of what you said.
I would agree that we need, because I believe it needs to be bifurcated. I think there's a short-term need, given where we are in terms of the ultra process. So I think we want somebody on point for this, for the ultra and everything that's coming. And we're going to get into a crunch time shortly. Look, it's 10 days. We've got 10 days until this event hits. I think we want somebody controlling communications from us. You're going to get ticked at me, Ed. I'm used to it. We need somebody, Ms. Fernandez is here. I think she's done a good job to this point with this. And I would like to see us, I at least have her do the work for us for the next 15 to 20 days while we go through this. I don't want to leave us in the lurch. Because we need to be on top of this. We've got to be getting out in front of these people. Look, I got my butt handed to me by the city of Miami day -2 of this job because I was getting slammed and we weren't ready for the PR blitz that we needed to do. Mr. Winton was there and he assisted us, but we have to be on top of this. We have to be moving out in front. And so I strongly recommend that while I really agree that we have to get this position and move it forward in the short term, I would like to get at least some portion of this contract so we have that coverage.
Are you recommending that we do less days? Because right now it says 150-day life of the
Well,
agreement.
right now, the motion
to
to defer is on the floor, so I am opposed to that motion to have a discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I completely agree that we have to look at this from a global point of view for the long term and the future, but I also see sense to what the mayor just said. We have a coming situation where experience has shown us we may need someone on the line to handle public relations. So I would be for deferring the long-term nature of the contract to a later date, but maybe paring this down to some shorter-term agreement for this event that we have coming up and the time after, so that we're not caught in the lurch without any representation, shall we say. So that I see both sides.
Councilmember London?
Like you started this thing, if I remember correctly, I needed a lawyer, so I know our legal things, where we can go from this. We talked about Ultra.
Yes.
Then from the lawyer, we got the public relations.
Correct.
Then we got an MOT expert, we got other things, and I think we're blowing $80,000 or $90,000. We'll achieve absolutely nothing. The PR is going to tell what? The people in the city, the poor little rich kids in Key Biscayne are bothered by this thing, that were impacted by this thing. This is just blowing money in the wind. It's just complete waste of money. We're accomplish absolutely nothing. Left in the lurch doing what? No. What are we? They're going to do what they want to do. It doesn't matter what we want to do. No matter what we want.
It's not just about that, Ed. Respectfully, it's not just about that. It's also about us communicating with our residents and making sure that they
Our
understand
residents can communicate. We don't have to hire an outside person to do that.
I think we.
Now you're going to go blast the people in the city and tell them in Miami-Dade County? That's a waste of money. We communicate with our people. How are we going to get blasted? They know what we're doing or why we're not doing it. We wasted $1.3 million fighting the boat show. With PR, we were paying $7,000 or $8,000 a month for I don't know how long to get us these different things. It did absolutely, positively nothing, just as much as this is going to do. Absolutely nothing except blowing a lot more money.
I disagree. Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Petros and then yourself.
Initially, I was just going to say exactly what Ignacio said, so I'm not going to repeat that. But I wonder if it's appropriate to ask the manager why she feels, because I'm in agreement with the mayor that, and we talked about this in our briefing, that I see a real need for communication on this topic with our residents. I forwarded you something I saw in the chat today. People are wondering what is going on, and in the absence of us giving them information, they're going to fill in the blanks or assume that it is simply just blank. And I do think that that's really crucial. I think it's crucial that they know what we've done to date. I think it's crucial that they know what we've done, not only in terms of trying to participate to the extent that we can in a process to be proactive for our residents, also what we've done in terms of preparedness for safety concerns, and also the things that we're doing for, we keep sort of joking a little, trying to come up with a great hashtag for those of us that are going to stay on the island, like I survived Hurricane Ultra, or hashtag Ultra Hurricane Party, something where we need to be doing things where we tell our residents, what stores or restaurants are having a special, so that maybe you go out and you go to a restaurant on the Key instead of trying to leave the Key, or maybe someone wants to do a pop-up mass yoga class on the Village Green, something so that those of us that are here have, a feeling of our community being together and being safe. And I think that there's a need for that. Could you talk a little bit as to why you see that as a need, to Councilmember London's point of it being something that we need outside help with, something beyond the scope of what we regularly do?
I'm saying we don't need outside help.
I know, I'm asking her to say if she feels like we do, why?
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Vice Mayor McCormick. I'll start by expressing my gratitude to each of you. I think each of you thought critically about this issue, and you've given me a lot of feedback that I've taken to heart, and I've tried to weigh the cost and the benefit with what the objectives of the council are. To Councilmember Petros's point, I think there is a longer-term question as to how we'll handle communications. My initial intent with bringing this forward was to try to address the council's need in enhancing our communications. I think what I've learned from the council through the briefings and perhaps a couple days before, maybe the last week or two, I've been trying to get a better handle on who is the audience? Is our audience simply our residents, or is our audience the mainland? And I think that the feedback that I've gotten is that our primary audience at this point is our residents. And I think that, to the credit of the team, I think that Ms. Fernandez has already taken us further along a path than we had been before and there is material ready to get us through some of the messaging that Vice Mayor McCormick shared. I think we do need to expand on, I think we're a little narrow in focus with regard to public safety. So when Friday came and the BHA case happened and there were some changes and it became quite evident that this event was for sure moving forward, my attention really focused more away from legal, engineering, public safety towards continuity of operations, quality of life, trying to make the experience here for the residents as comfortable and as informed as it can be. So perhaps there would be an opportunity to maybe tweak the scope based on the direction of the council to more narrowly define if in fact it's an hourly contract. It's not a lump sum. It's on an hourly basis. So if you can give us some direction on exactly who we're trying to speak to and what the message is, we can either reduce the scope, narrow the scope, perhaps narrow the budget allocation, and still meet the objectives. Does that put things into context?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros, then Councilmember Laredo, then Councilmember Moss, then Segarola. Remember where you are.
I appreciate your thoughts, Mayor Davey. I wanted to know more particularly, though, what message you were thinking we needed to get out and why it needed someone from the outside to get that message and what your fear was if we didn't do that.
Well, there's twofold. I mean, in terms of when we're talking to our residents, I think our residents don't feel there's a lot of concern. I mean, I talk to people in the dog park in the morning, what's going to happen with Ultra? That's number one question that comes up with us. And I feel not everybody has a dog, so not everybody's in the dog park. But I'm seeing a lot of concern, and that the point the Vice Mayor was bringing up, we need to do a better job of communicating. And for this specific event, I kind of feel like it's almost like an Irma event in that we need to be better about getting our people informed. And I'm concerned that we're not there right now internally. And that long term, I want to see us have somebody on staff who's doing that, who's handling that. But I don't feel we're there. And then the other point is, I do feel like we have to message the outside world, because I do feel like everybody still looks at us as the spoiled little rich kids out here who are doing nothing, who are whining about Ultra when they don't really understand. Let's talk about the issues that are involved in this. We've got real, legitimate life safety concerns on this island because we're being put at the end of a bridge, and we've got no real, there's no way for us to get our people off without freaking helicopters. We're running drills now with helicopters so that we know we can get our people off. That's wrong. We shouldn't have to put our people at risk like this. So I want people outside of this village to understand that we are doing what we can do, but we're not the problem. We are trying to find solutions for a problem caused by other people. So that, to me, is something we need to work on, and we have to do it now. It can't be a learning process.
I see our story as being larger after the event when we actually know what the problems are. Because if we come out in front of this event and claim that we're going to have a whole bunch of issues that don't actually come to fruition, then we're sending a similar message to what we sent during the boat show. And so to me, I think that focus is after the event, when we have the data, when we see what happens and how difficult it is to get on and off. We don't know that yet. So I'm afraid of putting a message out too fast and have it become the wrong message.
Understood. But that's why I feel like we need a professional to monitor the message. I'm not saying go after them, but I do want people to understand that we are taking steps, that we are doing things, that we're not just sitting here. We're doing what we need to do.
I mean, those
to protect
are internal
ourselves.
messages to me. And the second question I would ask you is to get this message in a better, more effective way to our residents. How do you see the professional being able to do that? What is it they're going to do that we don't already do, that didn't happen during Hurricane Irma when we didn't have a consultant because we didn't expect the storm at the time? We brought somebody on. Is that? Yeah. So, we did. I mean, are there other things that they're going to do that you think are going to add value to this?
Well, I think they're going to have those skills. And I do agree with you that we should be looking to bring somebody in permanently. but I think we have an interim, we have 10 to 15 days where we're going to want somebody on call, because if it goes, I mean, I hope I'm wrong about Ultra. I truly do. I've been saying that all along. I hope I'm completely mistaken and that this thing runs like clockwork
Well,
and
but
we
then
don't
we'll
have
have
an
it
issue.
next year. I don't know
Well,
what I want.
but what I'm saying is I don't want people to get hurt, but I also want people to understand that what's going to happen is the spillover could potentially be where the Ultra people say, oh, where was the Village of Key Biscayne? Where was their message? And I want to get out in front of this. I know Ed doesn't agree. You don't have to agree with me, Ed. That's why we're in America. We all get to have our own opinions.
But you're usually wrong.
Let me.
You're buying the drinks.
You're always right.
Let me
Councilmember Laredo.
Let me put this in a little bit of perspective, because we're underestimating the job we have done together. First of all, Mayor, don't ever say again in my presence that you regret it or any way with the punch that you gave them that first week. We were just, in fact, I don't even know if we were sworn in, was perfect. Perfect. So, I mean, I'm with you 100%. I know you took a little heat that day.
I appreciate it.
But it woke up the community. Okay, so done. As we made a conscious decision based on previous experience and with the boat show that we were going to take the tack of A, not spending more money because legal fees to get anywhere, and B, to use as an opportunity to construct constructive relationships with the people who own that island and also who own the causeway, which is Metro Day. We have done a great job through her. I am very pleased, and I was a little angry about that sometimes the messaging is wrong, that every message that goes out should be, we unanimously oppose. And then you can talk about mitigation, you can talk about safety, you can talk about the great work that the chief is doing, but to stay on mantra. Echoing Katie in a less elaborate way, I think now we have such goodwill, and I'm not naive, I've been around, with the two entities, that I don't see what we can do between now and 10 days that would be helpful, and I can see a lot of possibilities of damaging that investment. Right. Of rapport. It is, I am going to fight it to midnight the day before. So I think I don't see what it lends, besides the fact that I thought the contract was excessive, et cetera. And my messaging, which I've been pounding on about communications, is really almost 95% internal. I am shocked at how our citizens are not informed of all the good stuff we're doing, we and our predecessors. And they show up when there's something negative or controversial. And it's our fault. And that's why I want her to be focusing on internal communication to our employers, who don't pay us, but which are the voters. So I understand Segurola's concern, but I just don't see an amount of money that would get us. I mean, the papers, the newspapers are on this subject already. I mean, there have been TV shows, there have been all kinds of stuff that have not been generated by us, unless I'm wrong. It's been generated because it's the news item. And so I don't see how I can justify, A, there may be a damage, and B, I spend more money on consultants at this stage. So I think it's good to defer.
Sorry, Moss. See, this is why you guys got to pay attention. Councilmember Moss.
I'm going to try to keep mine short here. What I understand what you're saying, Mayor, is that from here to the time that this Ultra Festival is going to happen, we need internal communication to our residents.
No.
And then that's what I understood what he was saying.
That's not what he said.
It's part of what I said.
And then what I understood is that after the event happens, if needed, we would be able now to focus on the outside world and put a message out there. That's what I want to understand. I don't know if we need the 150 days yet. But I think that whenever we're hiring a consultant, I think we need to be clear on what the expectations are of what they're going to deliver. I know they have a list of things here, but it's, we're going to put a plan together. Maybe it would be better to kind of understand what the plan would be in order to make that hire. Because, some of us might agree to this, some of us might disagree to it. But at the end of the day, if it comes back not what we expected, then everybody's upset about it, because it's like, what did we just put our money into? What value did we get out of this? I think that's where my concern would be. So I don't know if you have an idea of what you would be using this for, how you'd be using this over the next 2 weeks, over the next month, or whatever it is, and maybe we can look at that. And I know there's some, the mayor is expressing concern of the time.
So through the chair, yes. So I think the most pressing, what I'm gathering from the council, and again, the feedback that I thank you for having given me and allowed us to kind of work through and evolve this. I think right now we have a plan over the next 10 days where we basically have scripted messages, including, the event is 10 days away. We've worked, the village council vehemently opposes. We don't have control over the causeway or the events at Virginia Key. We're collecting data to be able to take action moving forward. And then we go into a series of daily announcements. The event is 8 days away. If you want to avoid traffic and gridlock, these are the plan ahead. Here are the peak hours. We get into some of the Ultra Music Fest countdown, 6 days away, your ultra alternative. And through Parks, Rec, and Open Space, one idea that we kind of floated around was, that if it's raining, perhaps folks congregate in the community center. So we tossed around the idea of, hiring a flamenco guitarist to kind of be there and to try to create some buzz around what the experience may be like here. We do get into a lot of the public safety, what trainings we're doing, what meetings we've had. We're working hard and diligently to minimize the impact. We talk a little bit about, we're trying not to keep it too personal. We're trying to say, start with those 3 messages, which all of us have discussed at length. And if we stay true to those 3 points, and we have schedules where as we get closer to the event, we would have a 9 a.m. announcement, a 5 p.m. announcement. We've established thresholds during the event that there would be, if there's a delay of an excess of an hour, that we would trigger through dispatch and Everbridge communication to let folks know of that excessive level delay. We've also come up with some ideas about survival tips. The chamber, I'll also acknowledge that they've put a lot of work into. Some businesses are deciding to do promotional events. Some businesses have decided to close. So we would want to be able to get that announcement out as well. And then we have a series of canned responses and planned responses. So if there was an accident, if there was a overturned car, if there was some negative feedback on social media, Ultra sucks, you failed us, we have some kind of standard material that we could reply. So I think with regard to the scope of internal messaging, which was a component of the work, and I will admit, and I will take ownership of it, that we did get down a little further than the path than we may normally have, so that we could be prepared. So in coming into the last 10 days, we had some material ready. Pursuant to Section 282C of the Village Code, I would need expenditure authority for 8,400 to be able to accept this work product as it is. Perhaps a compromised position is allow us to pay for the work that we have, that I think is good work. I think that it can be tweaked to accommodate some of the feedback that I'm grateful that you've been able to give us. And then I guess the only open issue is the as-needed services for external communications post-event.
May I just,
I'm sorry,
when she said before, when you say we, I don't, you use we and I get lost. Is you, or, excuse me, Ignacio, is you and the consultant? Or is it you, we is you? You, the
we
manager.
As the team, me, Eric Lang, Jenny, Henny.
The village employees?
And including Diane Fernandez.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
2 points. For me, the reason that I was agreeing with the mayor is really a practical one. Our next meeting is not until April 9th. I would be in favor of having a short-term contract between now and then, simply because, number one, you got the aspect of the internal communications. But if, God forbid, something tragic happens at Ultra, we will be engaged by the media one way or the other. And we're going to want some sort of professional to advise us on how to respond to that. And we can't wait until the next meeting in order to go out and hire somebody. So for me, I completely agree. We need to look at this long term. But if it weren't for this event, that would be my position, period. But because we have this event in the middle, I think we do need advice for that. And number two, as the mayor, sorry, I keep saying that, as the manager just pointed out, what we're actually discussing is really payment for work that has already been done, plus work that may or may not be done in the future on an hourly basis, which we can decide to use or not. So, I mean, as the manager just pointed out, part of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, part of it is paying a debt, quote unquote, for work product that's already been delivered, and the rest is for work that may or may not be needed to be done over the next 20 days or so.
Councilmember London?
My turn?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think my congratulations to you and your team. What I heard you just talk about communications, preparation, ideas, excitement, I think is phenomenal. And I believe you can communicate that with the village without paying $140 an hour to an outsider to do it. You've done a great job. Obviously, I'm a whole 100% in favor of paying the $8,400, whatever number you have, but I don't see where. And you talk about something horrible happens at Ultra. We have to answer the thing. Wow. You know, I hate to quote Mr. Laredo, Ambassador Laredo, but as he talked about 27 years ago, I mean, I think for 26 years, we never had a PR person. For 26 years ago, we communicated fine. We didn't waste $1 on communications. And you know, Key Biscayne wasn't any worse for it. People didn't respect us less or respect us more, nor will they do it now. So why the hell are we going to waste and squander money on a PR person? Makes no sense to me.
Did I hear a
I quoted
compromise?
you, yes. 27.
No. Did I hear a compromise?
Well, we still have your motion on the floor
But
to
he has
defer.
a question that hasn't been answered.
No compromise. I
Do
said
we owe
we owe
you
the
asked
money.
her,
You can pay
we
the
owe
bill.
her money already?
Do you want to speak again? I'm sorry.
Well,
Hold on. Let the manager speak and then.
Well, I mean,
I wanted to make an amendment to your motion, which is that can we agree to authorize the 8,400? Is that the amount that you said?
Yes.
The 8,400 that has gotten us to the point that all of these things that she just talked about are
Can be.
ready to go forward.
That's
It
fine,
can
but
be 8,400. How many hours is that? Divided by 140.
70.
already done.
70. No, it's not.
70
No,
hours?
no, 60. I'm sorry, 60.
Come on.
60 times 140
You're
is
telling me that we spent
$8,400.
$8,400 already?
60 hours.
70.
60.
It's 70.
60.
He's not good at much, but he's good at math.
I mean, you're kidding me.
The exact amount?
60.
60. I just
We'll
calculated.
confirm the exact amount.
60.
Bear with me.
Let's,
6,000 or 60 hours?
60.
You're right. You are right.
60 hours.
Wait.
That's right.
It took 60 hours to that punch list of activities to come up with?
You mean just to come up with them, or to
Excuse
do
me.
them?
I mean,
A point of order. We have a motion on the floor to defer.
That's what I was
We
saying.
should take that, then we can
That's
bring
what I
the
was
next
just
thing up.
saying. I agree.
Okay.
So let's
Let's
vote
call
on the
the thing
motion.
on defer.
Call the motion.
Councilmember Petros
We
tried
have
to
a
make a
friendly
friendly
amendment,
amendment,
The
but
motion
trying
was
to
rejected.
consensus to meet
It was
your
rejected
need.
by Mr. Friendly over there.
so am I to understand if we were to accept the motion to defer, we would not be giving any authorization for any money?
Exactly.
That's correct.
Then we can have another motion. to go ahead.
Call the question, please.
Councilmember Moss,
No.
Councilmember Petros,
No.
Councilmember Segurola,
No.
Mayor Davey,
No.
Don't even bother. with us.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor McCormick.
No.
That was a 5-2.
Motion fails.
That's a first.
Blow another
That never happened.
All right, so
4,400.
Make a motion.
4,400.
4,400.
Oh, 4,400.
I'm sorry,
So now-
4,400 is what?
4,400
So that's
to be able to
30
Is
pay.
what's owed already.
That's
Right.
30
Okay,
hours.
so
And
I'd
the-
like to make a motion to authorize the payment of the 4,400
Plus
and
4,000. Plus
Why?
4,000, which is what you wanted.
To continue.
It'll make 84,000.
That's my
8,400.
question. Is it,
So I
make a
got
motion.
clarification. So 4,400 is the amount incurred that we can pay now to be whole. If there was any activity moving forward regarding Ultra, that's where the 84 came in. So the 44, and we could be done.
4,000 for the next 20 days or so?
No, 4,400 to accept the work product that we have before us,
Right.
and then
Plus
for staff
4,000.
to implement
But
it.
then he's
Plus
saying
another
4,000
4,000 on top of that.
No, you're just asking for the
To
4,400.
give you authorization up to 4,000 is what you're requesting, is that correct?
No. For a total of 8,400.
So let me try,
You
let
better
me
be
try
clear.
again.
You're
Let me
confusing us.
try
Ed.
again.
Look, let me just, it's 4,400 we owe, done.
Correct.
Correct. What is it you're asking us to do for short term until there? Is it because you said 8,400, I deducted 40.
She's not asking for anything.
Stop.
She's saying that she's
Ed,
gonna-
let the
What is
manager
it that
answer.
you want in plain?
I feel an obligation to pay for the work product that we
Done,
have.
it's already been
Right.
approved.
So
Well, it's not
beyond
done yet.
that, it depends on the level of engagement you're seeking beyond the island that's beyond our capacity.
Boy, you're not a lawyer, right? Let me,
He's a
If I may,
manager.
why don't we try to figure out?
$4,000 comes out to 28 and a half hours. So
Why don't I move $5,000, not to exceed $5,000, so we really want to spend more time
I
with
really
the
think it
chief.
comes out to 31 hours and about 40 minutes.
Okay, can I finish my motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. My motion is to authorize the 4,400 and then give an extra contingency of $2,000 to be used, if necessary, in emergency situations at her
Second.
authorization.
Okay. Anybody have any discussion on that
No,
item?
call the
question.
May I have, I'm sorry, there was a
Motion,
second.
I think I second. No, Ed second.
seconded.
I can't
Thank
remember
you.
anymore.
Hold on one second, just to be clear. We have an item on the agenda, which is a resolution.
We
which I'm
deferred
not-
that.
No, I
No,
think
it's
the
not
deferral
been deferred.
failed.
Then call the question on that item.
So is
Good
the
point.
idea to modify the resolution to reflect what Councilmember Petros just said?
Please.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank
Which
you.
will modify the agreement also. Okay.
Perfect.
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Wait,
Councilmember, I apologize.
May I, Ignacio, you don't feel comfortable with 2,000?
I mean,
Let's just try to be fair to all of us.
I think it's on the low end if the manager wanted more, but we can readdress this on April 9th.
Fine.
So it comes out in the wash.
Right.
I'm okay with it.
And if she really has an emergency, she
Correct.
is authorized to spend
Correct.
money
So
at her own
in the end,
discretion.
And we do appreciate you coming forward
Yeah.
with this at $8,400 to council when she could have just spent the money, Ed.
Yeah, but it was $60,000 is what the
She
resolution.
wouldn't
Well,
waste the
but
money
that
like you
was-
would, Michael.
Okay, what's that?
She wouldn't waste the money like you.
You don't want to, Katie, you don't want to leave it at 8,400, at 4,000, up to? No, okay.
I'm okay with it.
Let's, all right,
Let's-
thank you.
Okay.
Call the question.
Call the question.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick?
Yes.
And Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Go say it. I want it. I want it.
Motion passes.
All right, let's go.
May
And it was unanimous, Ed?
Rarely happens.
Chad,
Thank you for the
Chad, may I
feedback.
roll call on the actual
No,
resolution?
no, there's one
or-
more, the E.
Modify. And we have E
No,
also has.
I was speaking
Oh,
on
the
the
roll call?
existing resolution,
Yeah,
not the.
that's fine. No, just say, all in favor, say aye.
Oh,
fine.
okay,
For what,
I just
though?
wanted to make sure. On the actual
I think-
Oh,
resolution
for the
as amended.
modification, I get you, I
As
got it.
amended.
Apologize, I understand. Okay, so the resolution as amended is
amended.
now roll call.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Next item,
E.
E. Okay.
E.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving Azteca Systems LLC for the licensing, installation, maintenance, and support of the City Works software system, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Okay.
You're the one who pulled it up.
Well, I wanted to discuss it, but you moved it too quickly.
Withdraw my move.
I'm fine with doing this. That is not the thing I wanted to bring up. But when I had my briefing with the manager, I was asking her if, in addition to what we're doing here, does this company provide an app on the phone that allows residents to highlight things that are going on for the maintenance, which it does. And then she got back to me with a cost for that amount, which is an additional $1,500 upfront and $8,000 annually to provide that service to our residents, which when we were interviewing managers, this is something that more than one community did. Now, I'm not suggesting, Ed, calm down, I'm not done.
I didn't say anything.
There were a couple applicants that said that they were able to do this in-house and come up with an app that could be used. I don't know if that's within our capability or not, but I would like to request that our manager look into this and to find the most cost-efficient way to get an app that people could take pictures and report to Public Works and whoever else, things that they see in the village.
Vice Mayor?
In my briefing, this came up as well, and there was discussion, at least with me, that this, when we're looking to redo our website, that there may be something that's compatible with our new website design that may be better than this company. So I'm in total agreement that this is a priority for me. And I would also like to suggest that if we develop it in-house, that we dub it some kind of a name like the Ceci Cam.
Okay. So,
All right,
so
Councilmember Moss?
we vote
No, I
on it?
just wanted to say that the $8,000, I mean, you could also look at, I mean, they could do advertising on this app, right? I mean, even if we do it in-house, it could be a possible revenue generation, no?
I don't know.
I mean, most apps make their money on the little bars that pop up at the bottom or something like that.
At that.
Okay.
I like that.
So we vote on, no, I'm
Call the question.
So we have to vote because it's been pulled off the consent agenda, right? All right,
call the
so
question.
call the question, please. Let's go.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now, if we may proceed to the consent agenda.
Moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
No later than 7:30, we're 2 hours
Next
late.
item.
Can I move that, or
resolution-
do you have to read it?
I have to read it.
Okay.
A resolution of
No.
the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving evaluation forms and procedures for review of charter officials and providing for an effective date.
Move it.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion, is your item?
I think
All
we ought to
right.
move it. and get it.
First of all, I'd like to thank again our clerk, our manager, and our attorney for working with me for a few months now, trying to come up with something that everybody feels comfortable with. I want to state on my side, the reason I felt this was important, I feel like the goal of doing these evaluations is to give both the individual council members, us, and each charter appointee the opportunity to discuss expectations and goals related to each of these positions. I think the success of this relies very heavily on each of us taking the time necessary to provide productive feedback and an honest, well-thought-out rating for each section when you do this. There is a recommendation to meet with everybody. I think that's important. And hopefully this will...
Recommendation or requirement?
It is we can't make, I did not make it a requirement. It's a
Not for
heavy
them, but I was
recommend.
thinking for us, we should be required almost. If we're gonna,
If
if I'm gonna
we
rate
want to
them.
change that, and that's
No,
fine.
if you change it, then it's kind of the
Okay,
lawyer
then we're not
gonna
gonna,
complicate
okay,
it.
I withdraw
We didn't
my
do that.
friendly
And,
amendment.
you know, I made the motion, but now that you explain it, I withdraw it. When we just get it out of.
And the other
Saucy
part of
down at
this
that end.
is I feel like it will make us as a group ultimately
Yes.
give one voice to what we want, as opposed to all 7 of us giving individual voices. So,
You just speak to one concern I
Yes.
have is doing it in public.
is what?
Doing it in public.
Yes.
We're not doing,
Okay, just to be clear, I
no,
didn't.
that's,
'cause
if you
it
look
is
at the
public record.
process,
Yeah,
obviously
everything's
at the
public record.
end, this is all public information,
okay.
but we meet individually, and then everything gets
To be clear,
tabulated.
okay.
And then we approve the movement, we approve it at the end.
Fine,
Okay.
Okay, great. Call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of police equipment from Federal Eastern International LLC, providing for authorization, providing for a waiver of competitive bidding procedures, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective
I
date.
move it.
Who's first?
I-
Who was first?
It doesn't matter. I move it.
Second. Oh,
All right.
it was co-moved. All right, manager, village manager?
Sure. So this is a budgeted item. These are for the ballistic vest systems for our officers. The total expenditure is $63,000, which requires 36 vests that basically are an enhanced level protection for our officers. Unfortunately, sadly, the weapons that are being used these days in these active shooter scenarios, these vests will protect the officers against that. The collective bargaining agreement actually also requires, as part of the uniforming, that these vests are provided to the officers. The reason we have it on as resolution is there is a component of the system that is with the same vendor, and to follow the intent of the charter, I felt that as an aggregate purchase, it exceeded the authority, so we put it on resolutions for discussion, and the chief or I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, let's call the question.
I mean,
I think it's great.
I'm not going to second guess. Go ahead.
I'm not second guessing. This was on Rat Radio last night, and I felt that I had more information from my briefing, and you touched on it, and I'd like to share just for the benefit of our residents. One, that each vest, as I understand it, is custom fit so that for better protection, which is why everybody gets one. And also, as you mentioned, that these vests protect against the newer sort of technology of weapons, whereas the old ones would no longer be adequate in those types of situations. So those are the two things I didn't hear discussed on Rat Radio that I thought people might want to know.
Also, these need to be updated after the warranty's out, so I think you have a plan.
There's a manufacturer's warranty. Typically, the useful life is about 5 years. So as part of our routine operating budgets within the police department, you will see this item in operations. It no longer will be in capital.
My understanding is that if you change personnel, you have to buy a new one so it fits that new person?
Correct, and that is pursuant to the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
Anybody else? All right, call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, under reports and recommendations, mayor and council members, Ultra update, Mayor Davey.
Mayor, just briefly before you start that, what I tried to do at the beginning, we talk about communications and the problem. My spirit at the beginning of the meeting is a lot of people are tuning out now. And I wish as we get better handle how we manage our meeting, these kinds of things that are so timely, we should have probably taken it up earlier.
We talked about it.
I know, but I mean, in general, I'm not criticizing.
I understand what your point is. It's taken.
That's part of communicating. Some people are now going to bed, so they're turning off. And then here is the thing in and we've spent a lot of other time. I'm just saying, and the other thing quickly, I'm just reflecting so we can learn. For example, it happened with the George Bush resolution and also with the FPNL. The support of the legislature. Lawyer, you can help us get these things turned around faster. Perhaps it doesn't need to be a resolution. As you recall, we passed a resolution, President Bush. By the time Jeb got it, and good news is that that bill passed committee tonight. So by the time they get this, so we got to figure out a way to help us get the sense of this thing and get whether it's just a letter with the mayor. We don't necessarily need a resolution, is what I'm saying.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because it's just.
But at the same time, there's
I
a
know,
balance there.
But we gotta,
because we don't have those communications sometimes.
But I'm asking him to help you.
Okay. But then sometimes it's judgment calls for him.
I know he
that
tries
may
to protect us, but we lose the punch.
I get what you're saying. It's valid. It's just it's the cumbersomeness of our. All right. So Ultra update. I don't know if y'all heard. There's going to be a musical festival out on Virginia Key next week. Just down the road.
Beautiful fences now.
Gorgeous. And I don't know if anybody's seen the bridges. They're lovely. Lovely new bridges. Pass this down. Where's this going?
To what?
So I'm just really thrilled about this. So really, this is more to Councilmember Laredo's point. This is an intent to update our residents as to what's been going on, what our staff has been doing in furtherance of just looking out for our interests and what we can expect because we only have 10 days until the event. Please.
Thank you. So through the chair, a couple of things that we can touch on. So the village is activating, as I said earlier, up through Friday, our focus had really been on the opposition efforts with regard to legal and engineering and data collection. And moving forward now, we've shifted our focus to continuity of operations and communications. We will be activating the incident command structure. The village does have rapid response teams ready to handle any public safety calls for service, including, as we said, helivac evacuations for anybody who needs it, as well as boat transports for rescue. I do encourage any residents who have any questions from now until the event and throughout the event. We do have 24/7 dispatch. We will be increasing our staffing so that we can handle the volume of calls. The phone number is 305-365-5555, so please feel free to call that at any time for any updates. We've been, and again, perhaps I am naive, but I will say that we are working well with the city of Miami. The relationship, the manager and his staff and I, we are a text away. I did do a bike through of the event site last week with our staff members. The city of Miami has offered me to tour the site with the city of Miami manager's office, which is taking place tomorrow at 2. With regard to the data, so the county has approved the MOT as of Friday. Unfortunately, the engineer that had been hired by Ultra was able to meet with our engineer and provide data, although the timeliness of the data did not avail any opportunities for us to really be able to chime in to impact the approval of the MOT. With regard to the collection of the environmental data, that is also underway. There are federally and state protected wildlife and environment in the region that we believe may be affected by Ultra's impact. And as the council had directed, we are collecting that data and we are sensitive to that. With regard to funding, we are keeping track of our expenditures. Part of the incident command structure, there's a finance chief that has certain responsibilities for keeping track of overtime and all expenditures. At this point, there is no guarantee, and it is unlikely that we will be able to recuperate cost for this event. Notwithstanding, we'll know what the cost is, and we can use that information moving forward. To date, the council authorization for legal traffic engineering is $85,000. We are just at about $68,000 expenditure. With regard to communication, so we spoke a bit about this earlier, we are focused on keeping the residents informed of delays as well as activities and events that folks can do that choose to stay on the island. Your Ultra alternative is what we're calling it, as well as working with the Chamber of Commerce to try to really engage the community and take on, to the extent that we can, try to make this as manageable of an event as possible. With regard to messaging, we've all discussed this, and I'll share with the community. Number one, the Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, unanimously and vehemently opposes Ultra on Virginia Key. Events held on Virginia Key are beyond the control of the council as well as the causeway. The village is gathering objective data to be able to take action in the future, and our goal is to make this experience, to make you as well informed and as we could possibly do. And the final update I can provide is that the Ultra Music Festival has set a press conference. I'm not sure exactly what the details or the intent or the audience is. I do have a flyer on it. It's set for Wednesday, March 27th at the museum site. It is still a construction site, so I do expect that access will be limited. I will try to be there, and I can report back anything that comes of that.
Excellent. Councilmember Moss?
You talked about gathering data, and I want to know if we're prepared. This kind of might go back to, I don't know if this goes under the PR or not, but not gathering just data of numbers, but also looking at photos, videos of real impacts that that may be caused on us. For instance, let's say that traffic backs all the way up to Bill Baggs Park. Can we fly our one of our drones from the concert all the way out here to show nothing moving all the way into our community, so we have that information? Are we prepared to do things like this?
So my understanding with regard to drone photography during the event, there's obviously heightened security. There's a large number of participants. The FBI is engaged, Homeland Security. So I'm pretty certain that commercial footage over the event through our drones would not be permissible. Notwithstanding, on the environmental side, the scientists are taking images of the preserved areas. With regard to traffic, the way that we're doing this on the causeway, we do have certain areas where we get counts, and what we did during the boat show is that through police, the motor patrol, we would send the officers from the village boundary to the toll and back, and we took the data that was collected by the engineer on the counts, as well as different angles of cameras that we had set up to see the movement of traffic and the backup within the Virginia Key site. We didn't extend the cameras. We could look at extending the scope. It would cost more money, but if you desire to extend the scope of the counts and the visual monitoring on the traffic side, we could do that. I actually have a rough estimate of what that may cost. But with regard to drone footage over the event, I don't think
But not
that's...
over the event, over Crandon, all the way back. I mean, are we
From
able,
Bearcut
how
back.
far can we go until we're not allowed in that space anymore?
So we could expand on the scope. I can get a cost estimate to see how many additional monitor tracks we need. We could also...
But we have our own drones that do the beaches. Can't we have somebody just go out there and just fly them every day, take a look at what's happening from a helicopter? If we have helicopters, I don't know. But for how long? I mean, we can do it in our own. We can do it here, right?
As it relates
in
to
Key
the
Biscayne?
drones, we would have to check our license. We may be limited to our own village boundaries. We had to go through a very specific process through the FAA.
Helicopters? Can helicopters take photographs down from below or anything?
I mean, how many residents have amazing drones?
But I think that the
We have a
point is,
helicopter?
the point's well taken. I
I'm
think.
not buying you a helicopter.
Do you understand what he's asking? He just wants you to understand. He just wants to see what options there are.
I want us to
for
be
monitoring.
prepared because visual things can be much more powerful than just a number of time and stuff like that. If we have the opportunity not to miss it because the event's going to happen in 3 days and be gone, I just want to make sure, do we have anything in place that would be very helpful for us if the event turns out to be a train wreck and we're like, okay, now we really need to have some stuff. Oh, wait, we should have taken the videos of us all the way backed up here and nobody moving and complete, gridlock in our village and nobody can move. Oh, but we have numbers. Okay, but numbers are numbers, but videos and images are a different thing. So, even environmental issues, looking at bottles and stuff just floating around and you see people disrupting things, having that backup could be very important. I don't know if we're prepared for that or not. It would be nice if we can do it with our own resources, because if we have 2 drones, why not utilize them to the most extent that we could to gather any information that we might need to have later on down the road.
So I think that the data that the video footage and the data collection within the boundaries, as I described, I think are very strong, and I think we're set there. To go beyond this, to go within the village boundaries, we can look at what resources we have, and we can figure something out. If you'd like, the chief can come elaborate on that if you'd like.
I'm guessing if you fly a drone, what's the highest you can go? 400 feet under the regulations of a drone? I'm guessing if you can go up that high, you could probably see all the way to the event, and you can see if traffic's not moving.
There is a no-fly zone in place.
Over
The
us, too?
FAA was
Period.
at the meeting today that we had, our public safety meeting. And there is a strict no-fly zone. I can't tell you exactly how far it goes, but there will be no drones allowed at all. I can tell you that there is technology to interfere with them, should that be the case. If you want video footage of traffic jams and things like that, we could actually do that with our cops out on the street, using our own IT personnel. But you've got to be very aware of all the security things that are in place that they're discussing right now and that we had a huge meeting on today. And there's a lot going on. So they're
Can we
prepared.
make it a police drone?
So the
Pardon?
answer is
Make
no.
it a police drone?
I think the answer is no.
Even
we can get video,
even
just
police
not the
drones.
drone.
There will be a public safety drone that will be used by the proper authorities there should something go down and they need that real-time feed. That's the only thing that would be allowed.
Councilmember London?
Counselor, to the best of my knowledge, you paid your firm about $22,000 to register our drones about 4 years ago, which you never accomplished. Was it accomplished after that fact? Because at one point in time, when we found out how much we're paying you, we stopped, said this is ridiculous.
No, it was accomplished. It was accomplished years ago.
Were they ever finally registered?
Yes. In fact, I think
When?
the staff,
I think they're up for renewal,
actually.
Sorry?
It's actually up for renewal.
So we actually finally did it?
Yes, like
You
several,
sure?
Yes.
yes, several
You're
years
saying
ago.
yes. There was a whole big thing before.
I remember it, back in the day.
If you'd
Okay,
stayed
sorry.
on council, you would know.
That's
that.
right.
No, thank you.
May I say?
Sure, yes.
He has to come back.
I start by thanking you, Chief. I'll get back to you. This is Communications 101 for all of our citizens. First of all, we found out, and within 24 hours, we had a video that woke everybody up. We all were there, the sitting council members and the elected council members, went to the City of Miami City Commission, stayed there 10 hours. We almost beat it by one vote. We cost the organizer significant amount of extra costs, including the double of the fee, and we set a whole bunch of standards, a bunch that they have to meet instead of the 24-hour uncontested renewal that they had in the contract. So, fellow citizens, accomplished mission number one in the first 2 days, because since we do not have an Army or a Navy, and we do not own Virginia Key, we couldn't do anything more. So we did, as a group, and the outgrid, a lot to stop it. We have since stayed on message, with a few exceptions, that we continue to pound that we do not support this concert in Virginia Key. It can go somewhere else, but not in Virginia Key. So we changed also the relationship fundamentally, and proof of it is the meetings that the chief has had with the City of Miami, who owns it, and Metro-Dade County, who owns the roads, where we can not only mitigate the impact that we're going to have, but also to nourish and prevent other problems. So we all need to sometimes recognize, because we failed to communicate, including me, what has been done. I know it's frustrating, because you say, why can't you stop it? Well, we can't stop it, because we don't own it, and we don't have an Army, as far as I know, and we don't have a Navy to stop it. So you need to be conscious that while we continue to fight it to the last day semantically, they have done an enormously incredible job, the manager and the chief of police and the chief of fire and rescue, in place a plan, a serious thought-out plan to mitigate the damage and inconvenience to you, which includes not only a little bit of communications, but a command center, I believe, which is clear, so that you will have 24-hour access to us who stay here, and more importantly, because we're not, the people who run the police. So, I mean, in short, you got to understand that we were handed a bad situation, and we made lemonade out of the rotten lemons, and generally speaking, I think we should all be proud of the work that they're done, and the leadership that this council and the previous council did in mitigating this. And we are there for prepare, so that to then continue on the day after to have evidence and data to stop this from being renewed. So you just have to appreciate that a little bit more from the work that has been done. And we all know that it's frustrating, but we've done a lot. And thank you, Chief and the manager.
Councilmember Petros.
Will we be able to capture the increase in costs generally that the village is incurring through the leading up to Ultra and throughout this weekend? So that's basically another data point that we have, which is, this is what our community, maybe we'll find a way to get it reimbursed, but this is what we had to absorb in order to protect our residents and the community at large.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Moss.
Real quick, who's the official police there? Is it Miami-Dade County or is it the City of Miami?
Miami-Dade owns the roadway. It's a City of Miami event for police and fire.
Mm-hmm.
They own the entire inside. Miami-Dade County is simply support in case something goes real bad, and they'll take care of the roadway.
Will there be any official drones or any other way that they will be using to monitor at any way those police forces?
You like those drones?
He's a big drone.
The answer is no. I'm just kidding. But,
no, they said no fly zone.
Sir,
but
there are things in place that will allow law enforcement
yes.
To be able to make
monitor,
observations that they need that will be real time, that we'll be able to see in the command post with our own eyes. So we'll have a very good idea about what's going on inside and outside of the event.
And will you have access to the tapes afterwards or no?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
It depends on if they DVR these things, but this is all generally public record, so.
Okay, all right.
Are you going to be physically or in a command post or some of your men? Do they
It'll
have-
either
you have one
be
here?
myself or a deputy chief, but there will be somebody with stars there the entire time.
From Key Biscayne.
And somebody with bugles the entire time in the command center. And I will be here the entire event.
At the beach,
And
right?
understand, I think the manager's touched on that. We're going to have full staff here. We're having City of Miami folks out here. We're having equipment staged out here. I mean, there's a lot that's been going on with people have to understand that our public safety officers and the manager have done a heck of a job of getting us as ready as we can be. You know, I don't think I'm exaggerating with, we're doing the same thing now that we were doing for Irma. You know, we're really, you guys always do a tremendous job, and I appreciate everything you're doing, but they're getting ready. People are staying here. People aren't leaving this island. Our staff, they're not leaving here. You understand? They're not going home. So I think people on this island have to appreciate that. I want to say thank you. I'll be back on Friday. So hopefully it's a non-event. You know, hopefully we get a miss. But look, I really do appreciate that we're going to be ready. So let's move on.
I don't think you can go home. So.
Chief,
You're black. That's enough.
You're
stuck
here. If you have to go, go, Ed, okay?
I don't think
Chief,
you have to.
do you, it's a simple question, but there will not be any left turn on the second entrance, right? That would have to be a walk. In other words, where the because they have two venues.
Correct.
So the only vehicle traffic would be
The
to
only
the
vehicle traffic is Arthur Lamb Road.
the first left.
Correct.
The second left is
The second left is blocked, and anything around there is just going to be bus turnarounds and things like that. There's only one entrance for vehicles. That's going to be for Ubers, ride shares, for mommy and daddy dropping their kids off, things like that. That will be Arthur Lamb Road.
Which is where the stadium is.
No, sir. It's in between the stadium and
The way to
Virginia Key.
Jimbo's.
Dead
Exactly.
center.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next item, Mayor, is an update on mayor's office hours and suggestion for council outreach. Mayor Dave.
Okay, so we had a fun meeting. Ed and Ceci were there. I thought it was good. It was productive. We had some new folks in there, and we asked some good questions. We talked about landscape committee. We talked about what else? We talked about license plate readers, police blotter. We got into some really good, and it was nice. We had some new faces show up. We had a really engaged conversation, and it was very relaxed. One of the suggestions that I got right around the same time was, because the discussion that we had up here was the concern that it was, the mayor and maybe to the point of diffusing, not being a whole group working together with the community. So an idea that was brought up that I'd like to sort of flesh out later on is maybe a quarterly cocktail hour around the Turtle Fountain, where we're all there and we publicize it and we have folks come and just sort of hang out and talk to us. But it's a way for them to engage with us that's relaxed. It's not the podium isn't there, but we're all available to them, because I think it was worthwhile. I got a lot out of it. I'm going to do another one, not in the chambers. We haven't figured out where I'm going to do it, but I do want to do another office hours so that people can come and ask questions, because they come. And they ask good questions. I mean, some of the things that I was talking about tonight about FP&L came out of that meeting. And I really feel it's important for us to continue the outreach. And I know everybody up here is doing that, but just if we can get a little organized, it was just the thought I had was these cocktail hours would be enjoyable. I mean, I think it'd be a fun way for us to interact with the folks who are in our community. Sir?
I think it's a great idea. I think it may potentially also be great for all of us to consider having office hours.
Sure.
I was talking to the mayor. I'm calling you the mayor.
Yeah, what's
the
going
manager.
on? Is there a plot? Is there a coup?
I was talking to the manager
I'm
today.
good with it.
And she has some space next to her office that may be converted to something that we can all use interchangeably for office hours.
Well, we already have something in the clerk's office.
The office on the other side is vacant. I have no intention of filling it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's I mean, just a possibility. and it could be used sort of on a rotating basis for.
I'll take it from you.
Great. But I would like to, maybe I'll talk, if it's okay, I'll talk to the manager and maybe sort of talk about scheduling the first quarterly
Great.
get together, and then we'll move, yeah, cocktail, why not? All right? Yeah,
Sounds very
shot.
fun. Can we get it sponsored so that
There you go.
isn't paying for the alcohol?
All right, so that's it on my stuff. Let's move to.
Next item, stand-up paddleboard, Councilmember London.
Thank you. Young gentlemen are here tonight who have a proposition for the village for stand-up paddle boards. Basically, it's the same idea as Lime, where you, whatever you do, you put your charge card in, your code, I don't know what you put in, but you put in something, the same thing you do with
these
Lime
kids are
bikes.
talking about these
And
days.
you use them, put them back on the docking station, and what they need is a docking station where they can have it on the beach. So basically, this is what, it's a service, it's something for one more facility, one more feature for our Key Biscayne residents to use if they want to, like our Lime bikes. If they don't want to, that's fine too. The only thing is we'll be on village property. The only thing on the property would be like this docking station where the boards are. If we agree to do this, then we would, between the manager and them, they would agree on what the location would be, and it'll only be for the docking stations. This is a pilot program. The pilot program would run for 120 days, but if we didn't like it, we can cancel it in 30 days' notice. They would give us a quarterly report on what happened. They give us a report on the first 120 days to see if people are actually using it and if it's really serving a purpose. But instead of me talking about it, we have
Come
Mr.
on
Correa,
down.
who's going to speak? Both of you,
Good
Andres.
evening, everybody. Thank you. My name is Andres Abello. One of the founding partners of Paddle. I founded the company together with Khalil Corey and Felipe Jauregui. All of us are Key residents. We grew up here on the island, which is really what stemmed this idea after being so involved with water sports and really having it as part of our life growing up. Naturally, that's what we wanted to do for the rest of it, so here we are. First off, it's a new concept in some ways and old in other ways, just because you've already seen Lime Bike and what it does. Do you have any questions that come off right off the bat?
Well,
You do bicycles too?
We can set up an RFP. We know a lot of companies that do it, and we can probably put something together.
Okay, Councilwoman Guerrero.
I'm a little stickler for process. How, this is granting a contract. It comes up at the 11th hour. Isn't there a better way? I don't know.
The contract would still have to come back.
What are we doing? Oh, okay.
We're just learning about it.
Discussing it.
We're
Oh, I thought
discussing
you
it.
wanted approval.
Obviously, we go forward. We all think it's a good idea. We go forward.
Yeah,
They come back
But
with
then it would
this
have to come back for
Right, there'd have to
official
be
approval. This is
just-
discussion.
discussion, you know.
Oh, okay. You know, I support the concept, but there are a lot of other people. We have a dedicated beach area for the kite things. We have an organization of those people who are very well organized. I think we owe them an input. I mean, but I'm 100% for anything that is healthy and particularly key rights. I just was confused that we were approving something here.
No, and so if it were to come back as an action item, it would be noticed, and all of those groups would certainly have an opportunity
you.
to come and weigh
Okay.
in.
Yeah, of course.
So I've had the benefit of having you guys come to us with the previous council, and then also we met up, just kind of luckily, but we met up at the yacht club and got to talk about it some more. I think it's a great idea. I love the fact that it's coming from our community. I love that it's innovative, and I think it's great. So I would love to see this come back as an action item.
Councilmember Moss, and then Councilmember Petros.
I just wanted to make the motion that we direct the manager to start talking to them to bring back something in the next meeting.
Good. Councilmember Petros?
I wanted to get a little input because when this came up before from our attorney, we have a vessel exclusion zone. I want to know what the definition, how we have interpreted a paddleboard as far as whether it's a vehicle or not, because this was something that was really contentious during the kiteboarding, and we have a very specific area for kiteboards. So, I mean, I love your idea, and also I know from an enforcement standpoint, if there's an enforcement component to this, I'd like to know from our police force, also our chief, your thoughts on trying to put something like this on our beaches, given the history. So I guess, Chad, can you speak to it first?
would have to look at it. I mean, you know that was a very, very contentious issue, and we'd have to look at it. I do know that there is an exception to the vessel exclusion zone for village residents to use non-motorized vessels to go perpendicular from the beach to the 300 feet and then go parallel. But we would have to look
Only
to
in
see
a channel, though, right?
No. There's an exception for village residents who want to go out. There was a resolution that was adopted many years ago for that point, for non-motorized vessels. This particular issue, I don't know. We'd have to see how paddle boards are treated.
Can I amend my motion that the manager brings back the recommendation, including the ordinance as well?
So basically, this motion is a sense of the council to move forward with the details.
Bring it back and see how it works within the ordinance, or if we have to do something in the ordinance.
This is the devil in the details.
Yes, this really needs to be looked
needs to
at
be
and
vetted by the
understood, because we
attorneys.
could be opening up a
Well,
can
we
of
need to
worms.
find the proper location, where on village property it's going to go.
Right.
We need to, we have to, negotiate the agreement with them. We have to deal with this issue of a vessel, non-vessel issue. There's a couple issues we got to work out.
Bring it back.
If I can provide a little bit of color, we've spent the last 2.5 years doing research on all of this prior to investing everything that we have into building this. And it definitely is treated as a vessel by the U.S. Coast Guard. So as it is treated as a vessel, we provide all the safety equipment that's required to be under compliance as a vessel. So all the life jackets, the signal will be on the life jacket, as well as a whistle, which is required as a signaling device, will be on there as well. So, I mean, if you're going a kayak or anything like that, it's the same laws. If you own a paddleboard or you own a kayak, same exact deal. That's what's required to go out there. In terms of liability, I mean,
we just saved a lot of legal fees.
No, we didn't. This is specific to where paddleboards are allowed to put in and how they get from the sand to beyond the vessel exclusion zone off of the beach.
Talk to the attorney.
Definitely.
And let's talk it out.
And if we need to use the same channel, there's opportunities down at that end of the beach.
But then it would require making sure that that's where the paddle boards are. That's the only place they go in the water.
Let's have the first step is getting the attorneys to take a look at what the requirements
This
are.
strikes me as obstacles we can. I lived with this with you. I know what you're thinking, but I think we can find a way to make it work.
That would be great.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you,
I appreciate
guys.
it.
Thank you. Thanks for doing it.
There was a motion on the table, and I apologize.
It's seconded. It's already been
No,
seconded.
it's already been seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Just in the spirit of bandwidth, and I think there are at least 5 or 6 different things we need to look at. It may not come back at the next meeting.
No,
It may
that's
take-
okay.
it's
We
okay.
Start doing it.
We need you focused on Ultra.
Exactly.
Really, I'm serious.
No, right.
Like drones.
All right.
Drones at all.
Right, 2 other
Doing the
things.
drone license.
Item kiteboarding registration, Councilmember Petros.
We're gonna
Ironically, we're going from one to the
paddleboards
other.
kiteboarding.
Okay, so for those of you that weren't on council, we have restrictions of our kiteboarding. We have a registration process. We have a delineated place that they can launch from. I believe that it's been going smoothly. To report back, there was concern after we passed this about the cost of registration. We set registration at $250 per individual. I got a lot of feedback from the kiteboarders that was too high. We did this to avoid, we cannot restrict, or we can't delineate between residents and non-residents when offering this registration because the beach is public property. So that's number one. So we couldn't tier this. We had to do one amount for everybody. I don't know, but I believe of these registered people, there's a group insurance policy of the Key Biscayne Kiteboarders Association that covers the insurance requirements. So this really is residents on our island. We're coming up, June 1st is the renewal, and nobody really registered until the fall. It was a prorated registration, so they didn't end up having to pay $250. The total revenue was $4,800, and my understanding is the cost not the cost to put the buoys out. This definitely costs more than the revenue that the village got, but they're fixed costs. There was a request that I thought was reasonable from a family with multiple kiteboarders in their family, that when you do this individual rate at $250 per person, if you have a family of 4 that meets the qualifications of the expert level of kiteboarding, now they're out $1,000. So I would like us to consider a family rate and also potentially doing a slight reduction, if we think that's appropriate, in the individual cost. So.
Well, and that's consistent with what the community center does. You have individual and family.
Right.
So I'm for it. I think it's great.
Come back, or have staff come back.
You have a
and give us
rate you're proposing?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have a rate you're proposing?
Or they?
I would like the staff to maybe come
Yeah, I
back
think we
with.
want recommendations from staff on that.
So we've
No, I just want to say, are we sure that we can't charge differently for Key Biscayne residents? Because this is a cost that we're, like, it costs for our residents, our taxpayer money to monitor this, to put the buoys out there. I mean, and you look at like the causeway, we can charge less for residents on the causeway and differently. We should really look at that
You
again.
can't charge different rates.
Okay, so that's done.
We looked at it.
And right now, we really are only servicing our residents, to the best of my knowledge.
Yes.
Yeah, but if we lower it,
Let's
maybe
keep it that
grow.
way.
Maybe, but they have to fulfill that insurance requirement, which ended up being a hurdle. And then it's only the group rate of.
So you need a motion if I move?
No, manager, did you have a
Yeah,
comment?
I mean, I can chime in, try to make this one actually a little bit simpler perhaps for us. So we've issued 39 registrations for kiteboarders. We looked at the amount of time it takes to sort of process, and $250, when you consider the cost of enforcement, although in this first season, I think the PD enforcement was higher than what you would expect moving forward. Now we've kind of worked out some of the kinks, and I think that cost will go down. We've talked about it internally. I think the initial recommendation was that the fee be $100 more for the family rate. So what we can do is verify that kind of mathematically makes sense, and that that it covers. It's not going to cover the cost, but that it's sort of appropriate and perhaps in line with the family rate at the
What
community.
would that mean? So
300 as
So
opposed to 2.
$250 for the individual and then $350 for the family?
I would look at 200 and 300.
Or you
Well,
can,
hold on. So we're saying that the one individual can then bring somebody in. So husband and wife, the wife goes in for $250, the husband goes in, and their total is $350?
just for the registration, so all of the requirements in the ordinance with
Any
regard
number.
to the
And just like the
capacity.
community center.
Well, there's, yeah, but we
There's
have,
another
we have,
tier with
yeah,
community
there's
center.
total different, that's my question, is there's tiers because you have one, you have two, I mean, there's,
Okay, so we'll look.
Why
we'll
don't you
look
just
into
look at it?
let's
show
bring
us
it
what you
back.
think.
I don't want to be flip with this. I want us to have, let's follow along with what we're doing with the community
And
center.
I also have a
But I do-
problem with
sorry.
sorry. I was just going to say, in the community center, there's a weird issue there because when you do family, I think it's up to 4 people.
Yeah,
What about
I have a
family of
problem
5 or
with
6?
that.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm like, what are we
I
going
always
to do
have
with
to
the
decide
last
which kid
one? I'm
doesn't
sorry,
join
you can't be in it. I mean,
And
it's
you get
strange.
in another individual.
So, yeah, we have to see up to a maximum or something. I don't
Should have
know.
thought of that before you had the third.
Right,
child.
exactly.
I know.
Way to go,
I
Brett.
would have planned. Why
So
did
procedurally, just so that I'm clear,
Yes.
perhaps the simplest way to do this is that we actually bring back an ordinance for first reading, and the memo will explain the rates, and we
That's
can
right.
see if it's
That's-
right or
That's
not.
exactly right.
Okay.
Great.
I think
I
though
don't wanna
that
be
it's
flip.
important that we do this because we certainly don't want to be making it prohibitively expensive for a
I agree.
kiteboarding
But
family.
I
I
also
mean, the
don't
idea
wanna
of
be
a
flip
family
and say,
going
yes,
out and
because
doing it
as you say,
together
we're at the end of the meeting.
is good, and it's good for our community.
Yes.
And maybe relook at the community center to see about the 4 people.
Yeah,
You're
so
stuck here.
all of my
Sorry,
kids can
Brett.
join.
Item pension workshop, Councilmember Petros.
Okay, I brought this up because
Oh, boy.
I would have really liked to have a workshop that just explained pension, our public pensions in general, and then our specific pension. We have a new council with new members, and I think before, just basically an objective, informative workshop that would educate us all on a level playing field so that we can make sure we protect this pension that we have that's been put in place for the benefit of the public safety, and that when we go into collective bargaining, we will have an education about it.
When does that come up again?
I don't know.
All right, so what,
So let's do it.
well, hold on. I think there were some, were there concerns from legal or from anybody, or we?
How could that be a concern? I want to be
It's
informed.
workshop
I'm-
because it's something we collect, I mean, we're all going to be sitting up here talking about
but it's just
pensions.
learning
No,
about
we're
pensions,
not-
not about our pension.
We're not,
Okay,
we're
just
not
about
looking to
general.
talk specifics about anything. This is just purely, and the residents can come, it's purely education.
Okay, fine.
So that's
I don't
all
have a
it's meant to
problem
be.
with it.
I
think it's-
spoke
But I just
to-
want to make sure that we're not, are there any challenges to doing this?
Maybe we should have Ed be the.
I would suggest, before you have that, there are various books on the subject that everybody should get, make them available to all members of council, so they're prepared to ask questions when they hear the stuff and understand it better. That was all.
Well, maybe you could
I'll
come
try and find
back
some books
with
and maybe
some
we get some
recommendations
copies
and.
and distribute it.
Can you buy them for us?
I was going to charge it to you, Louis. You don't mind, do you?
I've ordered with you 3 times today,
All right.
at least.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Can I-
getting you a book.
Sorry.
Yes, Allison.
No, when that's done, I want to say something before everyone runs away.
Okay,
I think there's still one more.
So
item
do we
coming
agree
from-
on that? And
Yes,
when-
ma'am.
what is
I
the
move-
time?
I'll look for some books for you guys, too.
Very important.
Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up.
But I suggest you read it before you have the,
all right, let's, if the manager and the clerk would figure out a date for that workshop, I don't know, who would you set up the date on
Can
that?
we do it
Clerk can
far
find
enough
some
away
dates?
that we do have
Yes.
time for people to do some, having gone through
thinking
the
maybe the
crash
fall.
course of pensions? It would be helpful to,
Well, I'm sorry. It
Have
needs to
time.
happen as long as we have Chris here too, right?
Okay,
So we need to know the deadlines of that.
all right.
The chief financial officer.
I got you.
Yes.
And then the manager had an item?
Manager
Sorry,
has an item.
if I could, we received a settlement proposal in litigation, so I don't want to announce an executive session that's not on here, so in the future, we can have it, so I can present it to you.
Okay.
Okay. The case is McKinney versus Miami-Dade County and the Village of Key Biscayne, case number 14-028-028-615 CA8 in the Judicial Circuit of Miami-Dade County. We'll set the executive session in the future.
Fine, make it so.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
What case is that?
Motion to adjourn.
Wait,
But
doesn't-
no, I
Oh,
just
I'm sorry,
said.
well, I
But
don't
wait,
listen to you
doesn't
that much.
don't you have an item about, I thought you had an item also.
I thought
The manager, you had an item about this coming up with this, Island Drive thing.
I just made.
No, it was just a
notes.
statement, she had to read a
okay.
statement.
Oh, I thought that was an item.
Deferred, okay.
But what was
It'll
it?
be on the April 9th meeting.
Vice Mayor, whoever you are?
Oh, I just wanted, in brief comments by council, I gave a plug to Chief Press, and I forgot about Chief Lang. Anyone who's still watching and interested, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., right here, he's having a talk with some really interesting speakers about concerns with preteens and teens and different at-risk behaviors. And based on the turnout from the screenagers that Todd put on with some residents last week and then again tomorrow night, I imagine he'll have a full house again. I think these are topics that our community is very concerned about. So anyone who's still up, tomorrow at 10, hear Chief Lang's great talk. That's it.
Motion to adjourn.
No discussion.